Hello guys, welcome to Fictional Vortex. So in this video, we will see the what if Naruto become a Lucifer god and fall in love with Rias and Akeno. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's dive into the story. Chapter 1. Crimson Dynasty. The air crackled with energy as Naruto Morningstar materialized on the rooftop of Kuo Academy, his arrival marked by nothing more than a brief crimson flash and the subtle rustling of his black coat against the morning breeze. Golden hair caught the sunlight, framing features that blended aristocratic sharpness with a predator's casual confidence. His blue eyes, tinged with a hint of red at their centers, surveyed the academy grounds below with amused interest. So this is where she's been playing school, he mused, sensing the distinctive demonic energy signatures throughout the campus. Most were weak, barely worth noting, but two in particular resonated with power that, while still developing, carried the unmistakable richness of noble bloodlines. Naruto rolled his shoulders, adjusting the school uniform he'd conjured for this little excursion. The standard black blazer and pants had been modified with subtle crimson accents that matched the 9 fox-tail emblems embroidered at his collar, a personal touch that few would recognize, but those who did would understand exactly who walked among them. It had been decades since he'd bothered with the human world. Time moved differently for immortals, especially for the son of the original Lucifer, and he'd spent the last century primarily focused on his own training and occasional diplomatic missions for his father. But the rumors of unusual activity centered around this seemingly ordinary Japanese school had finally piqued his curiosity enough to investigate personally. That, and the message from Searsex, asking him to keep an eye on his precious sister. With a casual step forward, Naruto dropped from the 5-story roof, landing on the stone pathway below with nothing more than the softest tap of his shoes. Several students nearby jumped at his sudden appearance, but their surprise quickly melted into fascination. This was the effect he typically had on mortals, a mixture of instinctive caution and irresistible attraction. "Excuse me," a stern female voice called from behind him, "but students aren't permitted on the roof." Naruto turned with a lazy smile to find a young woman with short black hair and glasses regarding him with suspicion. Her energy signature marked her as human, but there was something else there, a sacred gear, dormant but potent. "My apologies," he offered with a GHT bow that was more mocking than respectful. "I'm a new transfer student and was just getting my bearings." "Naruto Morningstar, at your service." The girl's eyes narrowed behind her glasses. "Sona Citri," she replied, her voice dropping to a whisper as recognition flickered across her features. The name Morningstar wasn't subtle among those who knew the supernatural world. "I wasn't informed of any transfer student, particularly not one of your lineage." "Last-minute arrangement," Naruto replied, his smile never wavering. "I believe Searsex handled the paperwork personally." That name caused Sona's composure to crack slightly. "I see. Then as student council president, allow me to welcome you officially to Kuo Academy." Her words were professional, but her eyes communicated volumes, caution, curiosity, and a silent question about his intentions. "How gracious," Naruto said, falling into step beside her as she led him toward the main building. "I understand the Grimoire heiress attends here as well. An old family friend, you might say." "Rias is the president of the Occult Research Club," Sona replied carefully. "I'm sure she'll be surprised by your enrollment." Naruto's chuckle held genuine amusement. "I'm counting on it." As they walked through the central courtyard, Naruto could feel the weight of dozens of stares. His presence naturally drew attention, partly his demonic charisma, partly the deliberate but subtle leaking of his aura that made him the center of gravity wherever he went. "Your classroom is this way," Sona said, leading him through hallways lined with students who whispered among themselves about the striking new arrival. "Though I suspect you'll spend more time with the Occult Research Club than in actual classes." "Education is important, Citri-san," Naruto replied with mock seriousness. "I'm here to broaden my understanding of human culture." Sona's skeptical glance made it clear she wasn't buying it, but she maintained her professional demeanor as she stopped outside a classroom door. "Class 3A, your homeroom teacher is expecting you." With a respectful nod that was slightly more genuine than his earlier bow, Naruto watched as the Citri heiress departed, her rigid posture betraying her unease. He waited until she turned the corner before allowing his smile to shift into something more predatory. The classroom fell silent when he entered. The teacher, a middle-aged man whose name Naruto immediately forgot, introduced him with obvious nervousness, another subtle effect of his partially unmasked presence. "Please tell the class something about yourself. Morningstar-san," the teacher prompted. Naruto faced the room of suddenly attentive students. Naruto Morningstar, recently returned to Japan after studying abroad. His eyes swept across the classroom, noting with interest the presence of another devil, a petite white-haired girl whose energy signature identified her as a rook piece. One of Rias Grimori's servants, no doubt. The only available seat was, coincidentally, directly beside this devil girl. As Naruto took his place, she stiffened almost imperceptibly, her nose twitching slightly as she caught his scent. "Kaneko Tuju," she introduced herself with minimal inflection, though her eyes never left him, like a small animal watching a much larger predator. "Charmed," Naruto replied, keeping his voice low as the teacher began the lesson. "Your master and I have much to discuss later." Kaneko's hands tightened on her desk, but she said nothing more, maintaining her stoic expression even as her entire body remained coiled like a spring. The morning classes passed in a blur of mundane information that Naruto barely registered. Having lived for centuries, there was precious little a human high school curriculum could teach him. But he maintained the appearance of an attentive student. Occasionally, he would catch Kaneko glancing his way, her expression unreadable but her aura fluctuating with tension. When the lunch bell finally rang, Naruto stood smoothly, ignoring the immediate cluster of curious human students who seemed eager to befriend the exotic transfer student. With apologetic smiles and vague promises to chat later, he extracted himself from their attention and followed the retreating form of Kaneko as she slipped out of the classroom. As expected, she was leading him straight to her master. The old school building that housed the Occult Research Club stood apart from the main campus, surrounded by ancient trees that whispered with protective enchantments. Subtle, but well crafted, he could appreciate the workmanship even as he noted how easily he could dismantle them if needed. Kaneko never looked back as she led him through the building's entrance and up a winding staircase. Her tension was palpable, but she maintained her composure admirably for one so young. When they reached an ornate wooden door, she finally turned to face him. "She's expecting you," Kaneko said, her tone making it clear that his arrival hadn't been as surprising as Sona believed. "Of course she is," Naruto replied with a knowing smile. "Searsex would never send me without warning his precious sister first." The room beyond the door was a study in controlled opulence, expensive furniture, rich carpets, and the subtle scent of incense. Standing by a large window was a young woman whose crimson hair cascaded down her back like liquid fire. Seated on one of the Victorian-style sofas was another female student, her long black hair tied in a ponytail that emphasized the traditional beauty of her features. Both turned as he entered, their expressions composed but their auras flickering with complex emotions, curiosity, caution, and something far more interesting that made Naruto's smile deepen. "Naruto Morningstar," Rias Grimori said, her voice rich and melodious. "The Crimson Prince himself graces our humble club. To what do we owe this honor?" Despite her controlled tone, Naruto could sense the tension beneath. The Grimori heiress was putting on a brave face, but she recognized the power differential between them as clearly as she recognized his name. "Can't a devil check in on old family friends?" Naruto replied, moving further into the room with casual grace. "Your brother sends his regards, by the way. How thoughtful of him to send one of the most powerful devils of our generation as a messenger." Rias responded, her teal eyes sharp with intelligence. "Or is there more to your sudden interest in Japanese education?" The black-haired beauty beside her had remained silent, but her violet eyes hadn't left Naruto since he entered. Her aura contained something different, a unique blend of devil and fallen angel heritage that sparked his interest immediately. "Akeno Himahima," she finally introduced herself with a slight bow, her voice carrying a teasing lilt despite the tension in the room. "First time meeting royalty from the old bloodlines. You're not what I expected." Naruto raised an eyebrow as he claimed a seat opposite them, stretching his legs out comfortably. "And what were you expecting, Himahima-san?" "Someone more imposing," she replied with the hint of a mischievous smile. "The way they speak of Lucifer's son, I imagined horns at least. A genuine laugh escaped Naruto at that. I save those for special occasions. I'll ask again, Rias interrupted, remaining standing as she crossed her arms beneath her impressive chest. Why are you here, Morningstar-san? My brother may be overprotective, but sending you suggests he expects serious trouble. Naruto's expression shifted, humor giving way to something more serious. There's been movement from multiple factions around this territory recently. Fallen angels gathering in unusual numbers. Stray devils becoming more organized rather than acting alone, even whispers of the church sending exorcists. Your brother is concerned. I can handle my territory, Rias insisted, pride evident in her voice. I'm sure you can handle the usual difficulties, Naruto agreed, his tone making it clear he thought otherwise. But something larger is brewing. I'm not here to take over, merely to observe and assist if necessary. The door opened again, admitting a handsome young man with blonde hair and a gentle face that did little to mask the holy sword energy emanating from him. Yuto, Rias acknowledged. I see everyone's here now. Kiba Yuto, the boy introduced himself with a respectful bow. It's an honor, Your Highness. Naruto waved away the formality. Just Naruto is fine. I'm incognito, after all. His gaze returned to Rias. Your brother mentioned you're having difficulties with your engagement as well. Riser Phoenix still being persistent. A flash of genuine anger crossed Rias's beautiful features. That's a personal matter. Perhaps, Naruto conceded. But if Riser decides to push his claim while other factions are moving in your territory, it could create complications. Akeno leaned forward slightly, her expression curious. And would the son of Lucifer involve himself in a marriage contract dispute between two other houses? I involve myself wherever I find interesting situations. Naruto replied, meeting her gaze directly. Something electric passed between them, a recognition of mutual interest that went beyond the political machinations at play. And Kuo Academy seems to be brimming with them at the moment. The conversation was interrupted by a sudden shift in the ambient energy. A protective barrier around the school perimeter had been breached. Naruto felt it before any of the others, but Rias sensed it only moments later, her head turning toward the window. Fallen angels, she said, her voice tight. 4 of them, approaching from the east. 3, Naruto corrected calmly. The 4th signature is human, though there's something else there, a sacred gear, awakening. Rias looked at him sharply. Issei Hyodo. He's been on my watch list. Without waiting for further discussion, Naruto rose fluidly to his feet. Shall we see what your unwelcome visitors want? It would be poor hospitality to keep them waiting. A stern courtyard was deserted when they arrived, classes still in session keeping the human students safely inside. In the center stood 3 figures in black trench coats, their dark wings extended behind them in clear challenge. Before them knelt a brown-haired boy in the Kuo uniform, clutching his chest in obvious pain. Step away from the human, Rias called out, her crimson power beginning to swirl around her hands. This territory is under the protection of the House of Grimori. The tallest of the fallen angels, a woman with long blue hair and a provocative outfit beneath her coat, sneered in response. We have no quarrel with you, Devil Princess. We're simply here to eliminate a potential threat before it materializes. This boy carries a dangerous sacred gear. Rainier, Akeno whispered, recognizing the fallen angel who stood slightly apart from the others, a beautiful woman with long black hair and violet eyes not unlike Akeno's own. I thought you were stationed in Europe. Plans change. Rainier replied coldly, her gaze flicking briefly to Akeno before returning to Rias. This doesn't concern you. The boy dies today, by order of our superiors. Throughout this exchange, Naruto had remained slightly behind the devil group, observing with casual interest. Now he stepped forward, and the atmospheric pressure in the courtyard shifted instantly. The fallen angels stiffened, instinctively sensing a predator far beyond their capabilities. I believe, Naruto said pleasantly, that you're mistaken about a few things. First, this territory concerns me greatly. Second, his smile widened, revealing teeth that seemed momentarily too sharp. If anyone's dying today, it won't be the boy. Rainier's eyes widened as she finally registered exactly what stood before her. You're not just any devil. Fear crept into her voice. Who are you? Rather than answer directly, Naruto allowed his aura to unfurl slightly, just enough for the crimson energy signature. Unique to the original Lucifer's bloodline to become unmistakable. The effect was immediate. The fallen angels took involuntary steps backward, their wings rustling nervously. Impossible, the blue-haired fallen angel whispered. The Morningstar Prince, here, leave the boy, Naruto commanded quietly. Return to whoever sent you, and deliver a message. Kuo is now under my personal protection alongside House Grimori. Any action against its inhabitants will be considered a direct challenge to me. The fallen angels exchanged glances, conflict evident on their faces. Pride warred with survival instinct, and survival won. With bitter looks, they spread their wings and launched into the sky, quickly disappearing from view. All except Rainier, who hesitated, her eyes fixed on the suffering boy. This isn't over, she said, though her bravado sounded hollow even to her own ears. Kokabiel-sama won't be deterred by your presence. That name caught Naruto's attention. Kokabiel, the fallen angel of stars, is involving himself directly. Interesting. Rainier realized her mistake too late. With a curse, she spread her wings and fled after her companions, leaving an oppressive silence in the courtyard. Rias immediately knelt beside the writhing student. Issei, can you hear me? We need to get him stabilized. Whatever sacred gear he possesses is trying to awaken prematurely. Naruto knelt opposite her, casually brushing her hands aside. Allow me. Before she could protest, he placed his palm on Issei's chest. Golden energy with crimson edges flowed from his fingertips, sinking into the boy's body. The effect was immediate. Issei's breathing stabilized, his pained expression relaxing into unconsciousness. What did you do? Rias asked, unable to hide her amazement. Temporarily, suppressed and stabilized the sacred gear, Naruto explained, rising to his feet. It was trying to materialize in response to the threat, but his body isn't ready. He'll need proper training once he wakes. Rias's expression shifted to determination. I can help him with that. If I add him to my peerage. Is that your answer to everything, Grimori? Naruto interrupted, his tone carrying a hint of challenge. Collecting powerful pieces like a chess master. Her cheeks colored slightly, whether from anger or embarrassment wasn't clear. My peerage is my family, not just my servants. Naruto studied her for a moment, seeing beyond the pride to the genuine care underneath. Fair enough, but this boy's potential exceeds what you might expect. I'd advise caution. Akeno stepped forward, helping Rias lift the unconscious Issei. You recognized something in him, didn't you? What sacred gear does he possess? Instead of answering directly, Naruto tilted his head slightly. Kokabiel wouldn't send operatives for a minor sacred gear. Think about it. Understanding dawned in Rias's eyes. A Longinus. Here, the potential for one, at least, Naruto confirmed. Which makes this situation considerably more complex than your brother anticipated. As Kaneko and Kiba took charge of carrying Issei back to the old school building, Naruto found himself walking between Rias and Akeno, both watching him with new consideration in their eyes. You could have handled those fallen angels differently, Rias noted quietly. Why show restraint? Naruto shrugged. Killing messengers rarely accomplishes anything useful. Now we know Kokabiel is involved, which tells us much more about what we're facing. And what exactly are we facing? Akeno asked, her earlier playfulness subdued by the seriousness of the situation. Potentially. Naruto glanced skyward, where the afternoon sun had begun its descent toward the horizon. A war, or at least, someone's attempt to restart one. Back in the occult research club room, Issei had been laid on a couch, his breathing now steady under whatever influence Naruto had worked on him. Rias paced near the window while the others sat in various states of tension. If Kokabiel is truly behind this, Rias said, breaking the uneasy silence, then we need to inform my brother immediately. Already done, Naruto replied, casually producing a small communicat. Ion circle that glowed briefly before disappearing. Sears will likely increase security around the underworld borders, but he won't interfere directly unless necessary. This remains your territory, Rias. How generous, she murmured. Though there was less hostility in her tone than before. The fallen angel encounter had shifted something between them, respect beginning to replace wariness. Hino had been watching Naruto with undisguised curiosity. You're not what rumors paint you to be, she said finally. The stories describe someone far more ruthless. A dangerous smile played across Naruto's features. Perhaps I'm on my best behavior. Or perhaps the rumors only tell part of the story. And which part would that be? Akeno pressed, leaning slightly closer. The part where I advocated 3 fallen angel battalions during the last war. Naruto suggested casually. Or the part where I negotiated the peace treaty that prevented heaven from obliterating the devil aristocracy after my father's death. A startled silence fell across the room. Even Rias stopped pacing to stare at him. That was you? Kiba finally asked. The history books attribute the Lilith Accords to an UN named representative of the Lucifer bloodline. Naruto shrugged. I prefer working without the burden of recognition when possible. Having my name attached to things tends to complicate matters. Like having the son of the original Lucifer enrolling in a human high school wouldn't complicate matters, Rias muttered, though a reluctant smile tugged at her lips. A groan from the couch interrupted their conversation. Issei was stirring, his eyes fluttering open with confusion. What happened? He mumbled, struggling to sit up. I was walking home and then, there was this girl, and wings. Rias moved to his side immediately, her expression softening. You're safe now, Issei. You're in the occult research club room. Bucho. Issei blinked in confusion, before his gaze traveled around the room. Stopping when it reached Naruto. Something instinctive caused him to stiffen. Who's that? Before Rias could answer, Naruto stepped forward, extending his hand. Naruto Morningstar, transfer student, and apparently your impromptu bodyguard. Hesitantly, Issei took the offered hand, and immediately jerked back as if shocked. What the hell? Your hand? It felt like it was burning me. Interesting, Naruto murmured, examining his own hand thoughtfully. Your sacred gear is responding to me even in its dormant state. That confirms it. Sacred what? Issei looked increasingly panicked. Look, I don't know what's going on, but those people had actual wings and were throwing light spears at me. Am I going crazy? No, Issei-kun, Rias said gently. You've simply become aware of a world that exists alongside the human one, a world of devils, angels, and fallen angels. And you, she added with significance, have become a part of it whether you wanted to or not. The explanation that followed was necessarily abbreviated, with Rias outlining the basics of the 3 factions and the current unstable peace between them. Throughout, Issei's expressions ranged from disbelief to wonder to outright terror. Particularly when Rias demonstrated her devil heritage by unfurling her wings. So those people wanted to kill me because I have some special power? Issei finally asked, rubbing his chest where the sacred gear lay dormant. But I don't feel special at all. Power often awakens under duress, Naruto explained, leaning against a bookshelf with casual grace. Yours was beginning to emerge when you were threatened, but it could have killed you in the process. Proper training will be necessary before you try accessing it again. And that's where I come in, Rias interjected, her expression turning serious. Issei, I can offer you protection and training, but it would require you to join my peerage, to become a devil like us. Issei's jaw dropped. Become a devil, like with horns and a tail and everything. Akeno laughed softly. The horns and tail are optional, mostly for aesthetics. Being a devil simply means gaining powers, longevity, and serving under Rias as part of her household. Naruto watched the exchange with mild amusement, noting how Issei's eyes kept darting to both Rias and Akeno's figures with barely concealed appreciation. The boy's priorities were transparent. If nothing else, I need time to think about this, Issei finally managed, clearly overwhelmed. Of course, Rias agreed. But please understand that those fallen angels will return. They've been ordered to eliminate you, and they won't give up easily. Unless they value their continued existence, Naruto added with a predatory smile. But prudence suggests additional protection until you make your decision, Hyodo-san. Kaneko stepped forward, her expression as stoic as ever. I'll watch him. Rias nodded her approval. Kaneko will stay near your house tonight. If anything happens, she'll alert us immediately. As the meeting concluded and arrangements were made for escorting Issei home, Naruto found himself approached by Akeno, who had waited until Rias was distracted with final instructions to Kaneko. You never did answer my question earlier, she said softly, standing closer than strictly necessary. About involving yourself in Rias's engagement problems. Naruto studied her for a moment, appreciating both her beauty and the sharp intelligence behind her violet eyes. I have a personal dislike for arranged marriages, he finally replied. Particularly when they're so obviously one-sided. Even if interfering might cause political problems with the Phoenix clan. A confident smirk crossed his features. I've never been particularly RNED with the opinions of the other noble houses. My father taught me that power creates its own legitimacy. And you certainly have power to spare, Akeno observed, her gaze traveling over him with undisguised appreciation. I can sense you're restraining most of it, but even what leaks through, it's like standing near the sun. Careful, Himahima-san, Naruto warned playfully. Some would consider flirting with the son of Lucifer to be playing with fire. Her smile turned mischievous. Perhaps I enjoy the heat. Their conversation was interrupted as Rias approached, her expression unreadable as she glanced between them. If you'll be staying in Kuo for the foreseeable future, we should discuss territorial boundaries and protocols, she said to Naruto. This is still technically my area of responsibility. Of course, Naruto agreed easily, though I suspect we'll be working together rather than establishing separate jurisdictions, given the nature of the threat. And what exactly do you think that threat is? Rias pressed. Kokabiel is dangerous, but he's just one fallen angel. A fallen angel who was one of the leaders during the Great War, Naruto corrected. And one who was notably disappointed by the ceasefire. If he's taking direct action now, after centuries of sullen compliance with the peace accords, it suggests something significant has changed. The setting uncast long shadows through the club room windows, bathing them all in crimson light that matched Rias's hair. The symbolism wasn't lost on Naruto, blood-red warnings of conflicts to come. Access to your territory maps and patrol schedules, he continued more practically. And I should be introduced to any other supernatural entities you've allowed to operate in the area. There's a small yokai contingent in the Eastern District, Rias admitted. And a retired exorcist lives near the old church, though he hasn't been active in years. Naruto nodded thoughtfully. I'll want to speak with both. The yokai often notice things others miss, and an exorcist, even a retired one, might have insights into the church's current movements. As they discussed logistics, the club room gradually emptied until only Naruto, Rias, and Akeno remained. The tension that had marked their first meeting had transformed into something more complex, a blend of professional cooperation and personal intrigue that charged the air between them. I've arranged a residence for myself near campus, Naruto mentioned as they prepared to depart. Nothing elaborate, but sufficient as a base of operations. You could stay at my family's property, Rias offered unexpectedly. There's certainly room, and it would facilitate coordination. Akeno raised an eyebrow at this suggestion but said nothing, her slight smile speaking volumes. A generous offer, Naruto acknowledged, but perhaps premature. Let's establish our working relationship before considering shared accommodations. The deliberate ambiguity in his phrasing caused a faint blush to color Rias's cheeks. That wasn't, she began, then stopped herself. Of course, professional boundaries are important. For now, Naruto agreed, his tone suggesting those boundaries were negotiable. He turned to Akeno. I understand you have expertise in detection barriers and lightning-based combat magic. Among other things, she confirmed with a hint of pride. Why do you ask? I'd like to review the school's protective barriers tomorrow. If Kokabiel is targeting this area specifically, we should strengthen our defenses immediately. I'm available after classes, Akeno replied. Though I'm curious what the son of Lucifer could learn from my humble abilities. You'd be surprised, Naruto said with genuine respect. Power isn't everything. Technique and innovation often overcome raw strength. They parted ways in the courtyard, the two girls heading toward the Grimoire estate while Naruto set off in the opposite direction. As they separated, he caught both of them glancing back at him, Rias with lingering wariness overlaid with reluctant respect, Akeno with open curiosity and something far more personal. The game had begun, and all the pieces were moving into position. Naruto smiled to himself as he walked through the deepening twilight. It had been centuries since he'd faced a genuine challenge, both politically and personally. Kuo Academy was proving far more interesting than he'd anticipated. The abandoned church on the outskirts of town pulsed with malevolent energy. Inside, Rainier paced furiously before a makeshift altar, her wings twitching with agitation. "This changes everything," she snapped at her companions. "The son of Lucifer himself. Here." Kokabiel-sama never mentioned that possibility. Calawarner, he blue-haired fallen angel who had accompanied her to the academy, leaned against a pew with forced casualness that didn't mask her own unease. Perhaps he didn't know. The Morningstar Prince hasn't been active in human affairs for decades. "It doesn't matter," Rainier insisted. "We need new orders. Proceeding with the original plan would be suicide now." "Afraid, Rainier," a new voice echoed through the church, male. Smooth as silk but edged with cruelty. From the shadows emerged a white-haired man in clerical garb, a maniacal grin splitting his face. "And here I thought fallen angels were supposed to be fearless warriors." "Careful, Freed," Rainier warned. "Your usefulness has limits." The rogue exorcist laughed, spinning a pistol around his finger. "My usefulness is exactly why you'll listen to me, little birdie. I've dealt with devils far more powerful than you." "Not like this one," Calawarner interjected. "This is the son of the original Lucifer." Even Kokabiel-sama would approach him with caution. Freed's eyes widened slightly, but his manic grin never faltered. "Now that is interesting. A real prince of hell walking among the sheep. Maybe I'll get to test my blade against royal blood." "You'll do nothing without orders," Rainier snapped. "I've sent word to Kokabiel-sama. Until we hear back, we maintain surveillance only." The church doors swung open, admitting a petty girl with blonde hair and a gothic Lolita dress. Despite her innocent appearance, her eyes held the same fallen angel energy as the others. "The communication circle is ready, Rainier-sama," she announced. "Kokabiel-sama awaits your report." With a deep breath, Rainier composed herself and approached the glowing magical circle that had appeared at the center of the desecrated altar. The light emitted shifted from blue to purple as a holographic image formed above it. A tall man with multiple pairs of black wings, his aristocratic features set in a perpetual expression of haughty disdain. "Report," Kokabiel commanded without preamble. "My lord," Rainier began, kneeling before the projection. "We encountered unexpected resistance when moving against the sacred gear wielder. Rias Grimori was anticipated, but..." She hesitated. "Naruto Morningstar is in Kuo. The son of Lucifer himself has claimed protection over the territory and the boy." A heavy silence followed this revelation. Then, unexpectedly, Kokabiel laughed, a sound that sent chills down the spines of everyone present. "How perfect," he finally said, his eyes gleaming with malicious delight. "The very catalyst we need. Dead has delivered himself directly into our hands." Rainier looked up in confusion. "My lord, continue the operation," Kokabiel ordered. "But modify the timetable. I'm sending additional resources our way. Tools specifically designed for dealing with devil royalty." "But my lord, his power is legendary." "Yes," Kokabiel interrupted. "But not insurmountable, especially not with what I've acquired recently." His smile widened, revealing too many teeth. The son of Lucifer has overplayed his hand by announcing his presence so boldly. Now we know exactly where he is. The communication ended abruptly, leaving Rainier staring at the empty space where Kokabiel's image had been. "Well," Freed remarked cheerfully into the silence, "looks like we're still hunting devils after all. This job just keeps getting more interesting." Rainier rose slowly, her expression troubled. Kokabiel's reaction wasn't what she had expected. There had been no fear, only anticipation, as if Naruto's presence as somehow beneficial to their plans rather than an obstacle. What game was her master playing? Whatever it was, she had the distinct feeling that she and her companions were expendable pieces in it. Naruto stood on the balcony of his temporary residence, gazing up at the night sky. The stars here were dimmed by the city lights, so unlike the perfect clarity of the underworld's eternal night. Still, there was something appealing about the human realm's imperfect beauty, perhaps because it was so ephemeral. A pulse of energy from his communication circle drew his attention. Activating it with a casual gesture, he was unsurprised to see his father's right hand and closest advisor materialize in a holographic projection. "Graphia," he acknowledged with a respectful nod. "I assume Sirzex has been briefed." The silver-haired maid's expression remained professionally neutral. "Lucifer-sama is concerned about the mention of Kokabiel. This development exceeds our initial intelligence. I suspected as much, Naruto replied. The fallen angel movements seem too coordinated for random aggression. Kokabiel is planning something significant. Significant enough to risk open war? Grafia asked sharply. Naruto considered this. Possibly. Though I doubt that's his end goal. Kokabiel may be bitter about the peace, but he's not foolish enough to believe the fallen angels could win a direct conflict now. Then what, in your assessment, is he after? Naruto leaned against the balcony railing, collecting his thoughts. Something that would disrupt the current power balance without immediately triggering full-scale conflict. The sacred gear wielder might be part of it, but I sense a larger objective. And the Grimoire heiress, is she equipped to handle this level of threat? A smile touched Naruto's lips. She has potential, and more courage than experience. Her peerage is surprisingly capable given their youth. He paused. The Himahima girl particularly stands out. There's untapped power there. Masked by some internal conflict. Grafia's expression remained unchanged, but her eyes narrowed slightly. Remember your primary mission, Naruto-sama. Personal entanglements would complicate matters. When have I ever allowed personal interests to interfere with duty? He asked innocently, though they both knew the answer to that question wasn't entirely in his favor. I'll maintain regular contact, Grafia said, choosing not to engage with his rhetorical question. Searsex-sama has authorized you to access any resources necessary, but requests discretion where possible. After the communication ended, Naruto remained on the balcony, his thoughts turning to the two young women who had captured his interest today. Rias Grimoire, proud, determined, shouldering responsibilities beyond her years while trying to forge her own path. And Akeno Himahima, complex, powerful, with a darkness beneath her playful exterior that resonated with something in his own nature. Both intriguing in entirely different ways. A subtle shift in the ambient energy drew his attention to the street below. A small figure moved through the shadows, Kaneko, maintaining her vigil over the Hyodo residence across the way. More interesting was the second presence he detected, carefully masked but unmistakable to his heightened senses, a fallen angel, watching the same house from a different vantage point. Rather than intervene, Naruto observed with interest. This fallen angel, Rainier, if he recalled correctly, was being exceedingly cautious, maintaining enough distance that Kaneko hadn't yet detected her. Surveillance only, then, not an immediate threat. Let's see what game you're playing, Kokabiel, Naruto murmured to the night air. And then I'll show you why challenging. My father's legacy was your final mistake. The next morning brought a semblance of normalcy as Naruto attended classes with a deliberate air of boredom. Human education held little interest for one who had studied under the greatest minds of the underworld for centuries, but maintaining his cover required at least minimal participation. What did interest him was the subtle dance of power and politics unfolding around him. Word had spread quickly through Kuo's supernatural community about his presence. He could feel the weight of curious stares from members of both devil peerages in the school. And even some of the human students seemed to sense something different about him, though they couldn't identify what. During lunch break, he made his way to the roof, bypassing the "no entry" sign with casual disregard. As expected, the space wasn't empty. I thought you might seek me out, he said without turning as Akeno stepped out from behind the access door. Questions, I assume. Several, she admitted, moving to stand beside him at the railing. Today her hair was down, cascading like black silk over her shoulders. But mostly about you. Naruto turned to face her, noting the calculated distance she maintained between them, close enough for private conversation, far enough to react if necessary. Caution beneath confidence. Intelligent. Ask. Then, he invited. Why did you really come to Kuo? And don't say it was at Searsex's request. We both know you aren't the type to run errands, even for a Mao. A genuine smile crossed his features. Direct. I appreciate that. He leaned against the railing. Let's say I was restless. The underworld has become tediously peaceful in recent decades. Political maneuvering and administrative duties are poor substitutes for genuine challenge. So you came looking for trouble? Akeno asked with a raised eyebrow. I came looking for something interesting, he corrected. Trouble simply tends to follow. The breeze caught her hair, sending dark strands dancing across her face. She brushed them aside with a gesture that managed to be both graceful and slightly impatient. And have you found it? Something interesting. Their eyes met, and the air between them seemed to charge with unspoken possibility. Perhaps, Naruto acknowledged. Then, shifting topics deliberately, your power signature is unusual. Half-fallen angel, if I'm not mistaken. The change was immediate, her playful confidence receding behind a wall of guarded tension. That's not something I advertise. No need for defensiveness, Naruto said mildly. Hybrid heritage often produces unique abilities that purebloods can only envy. I find it fascinating, not concerning. Akeno studied him for a moment, clearly weighing how much to reveal. Most devils have strong opinions about fallen angel blood. I'm not most devils, Naruto reminded her. My father believed power was power, regardless of its source. I share that philosophy. Something in his tone must have reassured her. Because her posture relaxed slightly. Rias knows, of course. She never cared about my heritage. That's why she trailed off, but the implication was clear. Such acceptance had earned her absolute loyalty. And the others in your peerage. They know. It doesn't matter to them either. Her expression turned curious. Why the interest in my background specifically? Naruto considered his words carefully. Because I suspect it relates to why you've sought me out alone, without Rias's knowledge. That caught her by surprise, her eyes widening slightly before she mastered her expression. Am I wrong? He pressed gently. No, she admitted after a moment. I wanted to ask you something that Rias wouldn't approve of me asking. About her engagement situation, Naruto guessed, turning to lean his back against the railing, giving her his full attention. Akeno nodded. Riser Phoenix is persistent. And the wedding date approaches. Rias has tried everything legally available to her. But the contract is airtight. And you thought I might offer a less legal solution. The corner of his mouth quirked upward. What makes you think I'd interfere in a properly negotiated contract between noble houses? Because you're Lucifer's son, Akeno said simply. The old laws give you precedence in nearly any dispute you choose to involve yourself in. And because, she hesitated. Then continued more softly, because I saw how you looked at her. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Interesting observation. And does that concern you, Himehime-san? My interest in your king. A hint of her usual playfulness returned to her expression. Should it? Before he could respond, the door to the rooftop opened again, revealing Rias herself. Her expression clouded briefly when she saw them together. But she quickly composed herself. Here you both are, she said, approaching with measured steps. I've been looking for you. Apologies for the secrecy, Naruto offered smoothly. I was just discussing barrier techniques with Akeno-san. Your school's protections could use significant upgrades. If Rias doubted this explanation, she didn't show it. That's actual Why related to why I was searching for you. There's been another incursion. Not fallen angels this time, but something else. Kaneko sensed it near the eastern boundary about 10 minutes ago. Naruto straightened immediately, his casual demeanor shifting to focused alertness. Description. Humanoid but not human. Powerful, but moving carefully to avoid detection. Kaneko lost the trail near the old industrial district. Show me, Naruto said simply. The abandoned warehouses on the eastern edge of town reeked of neglect and rust, the perfect hiding place for something that wished to remain unnoticed by human eyes. Naruto moved ahead of the two girls, his senses extended to their maximum range as they picked their way through the deteriorating buildings. Here, he said suddenly, stopping before a warehouse that looked identical to the others. Something's different about this one. Rias extended her hand, a detection circle forming at her fingertips. There's a barrier. Subtle, but well crafted. Stand back, Naruto instructed. Rather than attempting to dismantle the barrier through conventional means, he simply pressed his palm against the invisible energy field and pushed. Crimso. Light flared around his hand as raw power overwhelmed the barrier's structure, causing it to shatter like glass. The warehouse door swung open with an ominous creak. Inside, the vast space appeared. Empty at first glance. Dust-covered floors, broken windows letting in shafts of afternoon sunlight, abandoned machinery rusting in corners. But at the center of the floor, a large magic circle had been meticulously drawn. Its complex patterns still glowing faintly with recent use. Summoning circle, Akeno identified immediately, kneeling to examine the markings. But not for devils. This is angelic script, but corrupted. Naruto's expression darkened as he recognized the symbols. Kokabiel's personal sigil, he confirmed, pointing to a specific marking at the center of the design. And these outer rings, they're containment patterns. For containing what? Rias asked, concern evident in her voice. Before Naruto could answer, a chilling howl echoed through the warehouse, seemingly coming from all directions at once. The temperature dropped precipitously as frost began forming on the nearby surfaces. Hellhound, Naruto identified calmly, even as he moved to position himself between the threat and the two girls. But modified, I can sense fallen angel energy grafted onto it somehow. From the shadows at the far end of the warehouse emerged a creature that only vaguely resembled a canine. The size of a small car. Its body was a mass of twisted muscle covered in midnight black fur that seemed to absorb rather than reflect light. Where eyes should have been, twin orbs of pure PLE flame burned with malevolent intelligence. Most disturbing were the 6 angular wings protruding from its shoulders, fallen angel wings, grotesquely merged with the creature's flesh. What abomination is this? Rias whispered, her power gathering instinctively around her hands. An experiment, Naruto replied grimly. Biological manipulation, forbidden by all 3 factions since the Great War. The Hellhound hybrid stalked forward, saliva dripping from massive jaws to sizzle on the concrete floor. Its focus was entirely on Naruto, as if it had been specifically created to hunt him. Stay back, he instructed the girls. This isn't a natural creature, its behavior will be unpredictable. As if to prove his point, the Hellhound suddenly launched itself forward with impossible speed, covering the distance between them in a heartbeat. Rather than attempt to dodge, Naruto met the charge head-on, his right hand extended as crimson energy coalesced around it. The collision was spectacular, the Hellhound's massive jaws closing around Naruto's forearm while his energized fist plunged directly into the creature's chest. For a moment they remained locked together, a tableau of primal violence illuminated by the creature's burning eyes and Naruto's glowing power. Then the Hellhound's body began to crack like pottery, fractures of golden light spreading across its form from the point of impact. With a final anguished howl, it exploded into fragments of shadow and purple flame that dissipated before they hit the ground. Naruto lowered his arm, which showed no sign of injury despite having been in the monster's jaws. Disappointing, he remarked, brushing non-existent dust from his sleeve. I expected something more challenging from Kokabiel. That was a test, Rias realized. Moving closer to examine the summoning circle. He's gauging your capabilities. Most likely, Naruto agreed. Though this particular specimen was clearly a prototype. Unstable fusion of different energies, minimal intelligence. His eyes narrowed, but the principles behind it are concerning. Kokabiel shouldn't have access to this kind of forbidden knowledge. Akeno knelt by the circle, her expression troubled. These summoning patterns, they're designed to call multiple entities, not just one. Which means there are more of these creatures, Naruto concluded. Possibly already in Kuo territory. Rias pulled out her phone. I'll alert Kiba and Kaneko to begin searching the other abandoned areas. She paused, glancing at Naruto. Unless you'd prefer to handle this alone. The question carried layers of meaning. Was she asking out of deference to his power, or challenging his authority in her territory? Naruto smiled slightly. This is still your domain, Grimori-san. I'm merely a particularly powerful guest. Coordinate your peerage as you see fit, but I suggest we remain together for now. If these creatures are designed specifically to target me, they may be more dangerous than they appear. The tension in Rias's shoulders eased slightly at his diplomatic response. As she made her calls, Naruto examined the summoning circle more closely, memorizing the patterns for later analysis. You're worried, Akeno observed quietly, moving to stand beside him. These creatures aren't what's truly concerning you. Perceptive, Naruto acknowledged. This level of biological manipulation requires resources and knowledge that should be inaccessible to someone like Kokabiel. He's either discovered something dangerous in the human world, or he has help from within one of the other factions. Akeno finished the thought. Precisely. Naruto straightened. And that possibility has far-reaching implications beyond Kuo. By the time they finished examining the warehouse, the sun was beginning to set. Naruto had destroyed the summoning circle after thoroughly documenting it, ensuring it couldn't be used again. Rias had arranged for her peerage to conduct patrols throughout the night, focusing on areas where similar creatures might hide. You should both return to the Grimoire estate, Naruto suggested as they stood outside the warehouse. I'll continue investigating on my own. And have you steal all the interesting discoveries? Rias challenged, though her tone was lighter than before. This is still my territory, Morningstar-san. Indeed it is, he conceded with an amused smile. Though your brother might argue otherwise. Rias bristled slightly at the mention of Searsex. My brother doesn't run my life. No, Naruto agreed, his expression softening unexpectedly. You're doing an admirable job of that on your own, all things considered. The compliment caught her off guard, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Thank you. However, he continued more seriously. Caution remains advisable. These hellhound hybrids may just be the beginning. The night brought few answers but more questions. While Rias's peerage found traces of similar creatures throughout the city outskirts, no more live specimens were encountered. Naruto spent hours examining the energy signatures left behind, confirming his suspicions about their unnatural origin. By the time dawn approached, he had reached a troubling conclusion. Kokabiel was systematically testing Kuo's defenses while simultaneously gathering data on Naruto's own capabilities. It was the opening gambit in a larger game, but what was the fallen angel's ultimate objective? The answer would come sooner than anyone expected. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2. Bonds of Fire and Lightning. Morning sunlight streamed through the windows of Kuo Academy's old school building, casting warm patterns across ancient wood and velvet furnishings. Naruto sat opposite Rias at her desk, both reviewing reports from the night's patrols. The atmosphere between them had evolved into something approaching professional respect, their initial wariness giving way to pragmatic cooperation. 7 locations with traces of those hellhound creatures, Rias summarized, pushing a hand through her crimson hair. But none alive. They're unstable creations, Naruto observed, leaning back in his chair. Likely disintegrating after failing to locate their target. Quote, you mean after failing to locate you, Rias corrected, her teal eyes sharp with understanding. They were hunting specifically for your energy signature. Naruto nodded, impressed by her insight. A rudimentary tracking system built into their structure. Effective but flawed. The door opened as Akeno entered with a tea service, her movements graceful despite the early hour. The barrier modifications are complete, she reported, setting the tray down. I've incorporated the amplification array you suggested. Excellent, Naruto replied, accepting the offered tea with an appreciative nod. That should give us advance warning of any further incursions. Something in his tone made Akeno pause as she served Rias. You're expecting more than just these creatures, aren't you? Kokabiel is testing boundaries, Naruto confirmed. These hellhounds were merely scouts, disposable assets to gauge our response. The real move is yet to come. Rias frowned into her teacup. I should inform my brother. Not yet, Naruto interrupted. Bringing in the Mao directly would force Kokabiel's hand prematurely. We need to understand his objective first. The BTLE shift in pronouns wasn't lost on either woman. Naruto had moved from speaking of himself separately to including them as a unit. A small change, but significant. And how do you propose we learn that objective? Rias asked, her initial defensiveness about her territory fading in the face of practical necessity. A predatory smile curved Naruto's lips. By going hunting ourselves. Intelligence gathering rather than destruction. Before he could elaborate, the door burst open again to admit Issei Hyodo, his uniform disheveled and expression frantic. Bucho. There's a problem. He froze upon seeing Naruto. Instinct again triggering that primal recognition of a superior predator. Sorry for interrupting. It's fine, Issei, Rias assured him. What's happened? It's Kaneko, Issei explained, finding his voice again. She was watching my house like you asked, but this morning she looked sick. Said something about contaminated energy before passing out. Kiba's bringing her here now. Naruto was on his feet instantly, moving with fluid grace that belied his speed. When exactly did this happen? About 20 minutes ago. She was fine all night, then suddenly collapsed when. The explanation was cut short as Kiba appeared in the doorway, carrying Kaneko's small form. The normally stoic girl was pale, her breathing shallow as a faint purplish glow pulsed beneath her skin. "Put her down here," Rias commanded, clearing the sofa with a sweep of her hand. Naruto moved closer, his eyes narrowing as he examined the symptoms. Fallen angel energy poisoning, he diagnosed. But modified somehow, she must have encountered one of the Hellhound variants, or perhaps something worse. "Can you help her?" Akeno asked, concern evident in her voice. Without answering directly, Naruto placed his palm over Kaniko's forehead. Golden energy with crimson edges, the same distinctive power he'd used to stabilize Issei's sacred gear, flowed from his hand into the young devil's body. The purple glow beneath her skin retreated gradually, fleeing from Naruto's power like darkness from light. "Fascinating," he murmured as he worked. "The contamination is designed to spread through devil energy pathways, corrupting from within. Quite sophisticated." Kaniko's breathing stabilized, her color slowly returning as Naruto completed the purification. Her eyes fluttered open, focusing immediately on Naruto with a mixture of wariness and grudging gratitude. "What did you see?" he asked her directly. "A woman," Kaniko replied, her voice softer than usual from weakness. "Not the fallen angels from before. Different. She had wings, but wrong ones. Mixed with something else. Another hybrid," Rias concluded, looking to Naruto. "You said the Hellhounds were unstable, but what if Kokabiel has managed to create more successful fusions?" "We need to find this creature immediately," Naruto agreed, straightening. "Kaniko, where exactly was this encounter?" The small devil struggled to sit up. "Eastern Woods, near the boundary shrine. She didn't attack directly, just touched a tree near me. The energy spread through the ground." Naruto's expression darkened. "A targeted contamination technique, designed to affect devils specifically." He turned to Rias. "This changes the assessment. Kokabiel isn't just testing defenses, he's deliberately deploying anti-devil bioweapons in your territory." The implications hung heavy in the air. Such tactics went far beyond territorial disputes or personal vendettas, they were acts of war in the fragile peace between factions. "I'll go with you to investigate," Rias decided, her voice firm with authority. "As will I," Akeno added, no trace of her usual playfulness evident in her serious expression. Naruto studied them both, weighing the risks against the tactical advantages of having them accompany him. "Very well, but Issei stays here with Kaniko and Kiba." "What? But I want to help too," Issei protested. "Your sacred gear remains unstable," Naruto reminded him. "And if this creature can affect devil energy, you'd be particularly vulnerable as a new devil with an awakening power." Rias placed a gentle hand on Issei's shoulder. "Guard Kaniko and the school. That's an important task too." Though clearly disappointed, Issei nodded his acceptance. Kiba, more experienced and disciplined, simply bowed in acknowledgement of the orders. 20 minutes later, Naruto led Rias and Akeno through the dense forest east of town. They moved swiftly through the trees, supernatural senses alert for any disturbance in the ambient energy. "There," Akeno said suddenly, pointing to a massive oak where the vegetation around it had withered in a perfect circle. The tree itself appeared sickly, its bark discolored with patches of purple-black corruption. Naruto approached cautiously, holding up a hand to keep the women back. "This is worse than I anticipated," he observed, examining the corruption without touching it. "This isn't just an attack, it's terraforming." "Terraforming," Rias repeated, confusion evident in her voice. "Changing the fundamental energy composition of the environment," Naruto explained grimly. "Making it hostile to devils while nurturing fallen angel essence. Given enough time and spread, this could render your entire territory uninhabitable to your kind." Akeno moved closer, her expression troubled. "Can it be cleansed?" "Yes, but not easily. And we need to find the source, the hybrid that initiated it." Naruto knelt, placing his palm flat against the ground near the corruption's edge. He closed his eyes, extending his senses deep into the earth. The women watched silently as Naruto's energy flowed outward in invisible waves, mapping the spread of contamination beneath the surface. When his eyes opened again, they glowed faintly with inner power. "It's moving," he said, rising fluidly to his feet. "The corruption has a direction, it's flowing toward the old shrine." They moved deeper into the forest, following Naruto's lead as he tracked the underground spread of tainted energy. The vegetation grew increasingly diseased the further they went, trees twisted into unnatural shapes, flowers blooming with sickly purple petals. The shrine came into view, an ancient stone structure nearly reclaimed by nature, its torii gate leaning precariously from centuries of neglect. But what drew their attention was the figure standing before it. She appeared human at first glance, a beautiful woman with pale skin and flowing silver hair. But as they approached, the illusion fell away, revealing her true nature. 6 wings emerged from her back. 3 pairs of fallen angel black feathers that transitioned at the tips into scaled, reptilian membranes. Her hands ended in elegant but lethal claws, and her eyes were vertical slits of amber against black sclera. "Ah," she said in a melodious voice that seemed too perfect to be natural. "The son of Lucifer honors us with his presence. Kokabiel-sama will be pleased." Naruto stepped forward, positioning himself slightly ahead of Rias and Akeno. "You have me at a disadvantage," he replied conversationally, as if they were meeting at a social gathering rather than in a corrupted forest. "Your name?" The hybrid woman smiled, revealing teeth too sharp for comfort. "Lamia, though this body had another name before its improvement. I am the first of Kokabi. El-Sama's ascended, a perfect fusion of fallen angel and devil essence." "Abomination would be more accurate," Rias stated coldly, crimson energy gathering around her hands. Lamia's smile never wavered. "Such judgment from a pure blood. Yet your own queen stands beside you with mixed heritage. Is my existence so different?" "Completely different," Akeno replied, her voice tight with controlled anger. Natural heritage versus twisted experimentation. Naruto studied the hybrid with analytical interest. The Hellhounds were prototypes, weren't they? Early attempts before Kokabiel perfected the integration process. "Very good," Lamia acknowledged with a slight bow. "The master said you were perceptive. The hounds served their purpose, measuring your response capabilities while providing data on structural integrity under combat stress. And the corruption?" Naruto gestured to the diseased forest around them. Lamia ran a clawed hand lovingly over a nearby corrupted tree. "A necessity for beings like myself. We require compatible environments to maintain stability. The purification process is difficult for us." Understanding dawned in Naruto's eyes. "You're still unstable. The corruption isn't just terraforming, it's a support system. You need it to maintain your hybrid form." For the first time, irritation flashed across Lamia's perfect features. "Temporary limitations. Each generation of ascended grows more stable. Soon we will require no such crutches." "Generations?" Rias asked sharply. "How many of you are there?" Instead of answering, Lamia spread her wings wider. "I didn't come to satisfy your curiosity, Princess. I came to deliver Kokabiel-sama's invitation." She turned her attention back to Naruto. "The Cadre of Stars requests your presence at midnight tomorrow, at the Central Cathedral. Come alone, or don't come at all." "And if I decline?" Naruto asked mildly. Lamia's smile returned, cruel and confident. "Then the next phase begins immediately rather than on schedule. The corruption you see here is just a demonstration. We've seeded comparable nodes throughout Kuo territory. They can be activated remotely at the master's command." The threat hung in the air, its implications clear. Even if they defeated this one hybrid, the territory remained compromised. "An invitation delivered through blackmail," Naruto observed, seemingly unperturbed. "How typical of fallen angel diplomacy." Lamia inclined her head slightly. "We all use the tools available to us, Prince of Devils. Will you attend?" Before Naruto could answer, the air grew heavy with gathering power, but not from him. Akeno had stepped forward, lightning crackling between her fingers as her expression hardened into cold fury. "Threatening our home was your first mistake," she said, her voice deadly quiet. "Your second was assuming we'd let you leave to report back." Lightning erupted from her outstretched hand, a jagged bolt of golden electricity that illuminated the dim forest. Lamia moved with inhuman speed, wings propelling her sideways as the lightning struck the spot where she had stood, charring the ground instantly. "Spirited," Lamia remarked, landing gracefully on a branch above them. "But predictable." Rias didn't waste words, unleashing her own attack, a sphere of crimson destruction energy that sheared through the branch and forced the hybrid to take flight properly. Hat followed was a deadly dance through the corrupted forest. Lamia proved extraordinarily agile, using the trees for cover while striking back with energy spears reminiscent of fallen angel weapons. tinged with the corruption's purple essence. Careful, Naruto warned as both women dodged the projectiles. Those carry the same contamination that affected Kaneko. Even a graze could be problematic. Rather than joining the battle directly, he observed the hybrid's movements with calculated interest, analyzing her fighting style and structural weaknesses. When one of Lamia's energy spears flew toward Rias's exposed back, Naruto simply raised a hand, intercepting it with a casual gesture that caused the weapon to dissolve harmlessly against an invisible barrier. "You're holding back," Lamia called down to him, darting between Akeno's lightning strikes with graceful precision. "Afraid to show your true capabilities, Prince?" Merely respecting the host's prerogative, Naruto replied smoothly, glancing toward Rias. This remains Grimoire territory, after all. Something in his tone caught Rias's attention even amidst the battle. It wasn't deference, more like an invitation, offering the choice to maintain command or cede it to him. "Don't stand on ceremony on my account," she called back, unleashing another blast of destruction that clipped one of Lamia's wing membranes, drawing a hiss of pain from the hybrid. That was all the permission Naruto needed. The change was immediate and dramatic. The casual, observant demeanor vanished as Naruto stepped forward, golden power with crimson edges surging around him in visible waves. The forest itself seemed to respond, the air growing heavier as reality bent subtly around his unleashed presence. "Enough games," he stated simply. Faster than either devil woman could track, Naruto vanished from where he stood only to reappear directly in Lamia's flight path. His hand closed around her throat before she could change direction. The momentum of her movement halted with impossible abruptness. "Impressive speed," Lamia gasped, her claws scrabbling ineffectively against his grip. "But touching me directly is unwise. The corruption flows through my veins." As if to demonstrate, purple energy spread from the contact point up Naruto's arm. Yet instead of causing him harm, the corruption seemed to hit an invisible barrier at his wrist, unable to progress further. "An interesting attempt," Naruto acknowledged, his voice conversational despite the lethal grip he maintained. "But ultimately futile. My father faced the corruption of chaos itself during the Great War. Your master's pale imitation hardly compares." With his free hand, Naruto reached up to touch Lamia's forehead. Golden light spread from his fingertips, seeping into her skin despite her frantic struggles. "What are you doing?" she demanded, panic replacing her earlier confidence. "Learning," Naruto replied simply. "Your existence is an abomination, but an informative one." Lamia's body began to glow from within as Naruto's power invaded her hybrid form, systematically examining and cataloging its structure. Her struggles grew weaker as the golden light intensified. "Kokabiel will succeed," she gasped. "The ascension cannot be stopped. We are the future." "No," Naruto corrected gently, almost compassionately. "You're a stepping stone at best, a failed experiment at worst. But your sacrifice will not be entirely in vain." With those words, he released her throat, allowing her to collapse to her knees. The golden light continued to spread throughout her body, growing brighter until both Rias and Akeno had to shield their eyes. When the light faded, Lamia remained kneeling, but her hybrid features had melted away. In their place was a purely human woman with silver hair, unconscious but breathing steadily. "You separated them," Rias observed with astonishment, approaching cautiously. "I didn't know that was possible." "It typically isn't," Naruto admitted, kneeling to check the woman's pulse. "But this hybrid was fundamentally unstable, as I suspected. The devil and fallen angel essences hadn't truly merged, they were forcible. Why overlaid through external contamination?" Akeno moved closer, examining the unconscious woman. "She's human now, mostly," Naruto confirmed. "Whatever fallen angel components were grafted onto her have been purged. She'll need medical attention and likely psychological support, but she should recover." A shadow passed over his expression as he straightened. "The same can't be said for the other. Ascended if they're further along in Kokabiel's process. Full integration would make separation impossible without destroying the host entirely. Will you accept the invitation?" Rias asked directly, meeting his gaze. Naruto's smile held no warmth. "Of course, but not quite as Kokabiel expects." They returned to the academy with their unconscious charge, the woman placed under Kiba's watch in a spare room warded against both escape and external detection. Throughout the journey back, Naruto remained unusually pensive, processing what he'd learned from his examination of the hybrid structure. Kokabiel shouldn't have this technology, he finally said as they gathered in the club room. The biological manipulation involved exceeds anything the fallen angels possessed even during the height of the Great War. Could he have discovered something? Ancient research, perhaps, Rias suggested. Naruto shook his head. This isn't rediscovered knowledge, it's new. And it bears similarities to prohibited devil research from the previous century. You think devils are working with him? Akeno asked, surprised. Not willingly, perhaps, Naruto qualified. But the techniques are unmistakable. Somehow, Kokabiel has acquired devil biological research that was supposedly destroyed after being deemed too dangerous. He paced before the window, golden light occasionally flickering in his eyes. As he processed multiple lines of thought simultaneously. The timing is also suspicious. Why now? Kokabiel has maintained a low profile for centuries. Something has changed, something significant anew. To risk open conflict with both the devil aristocracy and his own leadership. The Grigori would never sanction this, Akeno agreed. Azazel has strictly prohibited biological weapons research since the treaty. Naruto stopped pacing suddenly, his expression clearing as pieces fell into place. That's it. Kokabiel isn't just acting independently, he's in open rebellion against Azazel and the Grigori leadership. A coup? Rias asked, alarmed at the implications. More likely a splinter faction, Naruto corrected. Creating these hybrids isn't just about weapons development, it's about building a new power base entirely. One that owes loyalty only to him. The door opened to admit Sona Citri, her expression grave and her posture rigid with tension. Rias, we have a situation. Multiple reports of strange energy fluctuations throughout the city, students falling ill, unusual weather patterns, even normal humans noticing discolored air in certain neighborhoods. The corruption is spreading faster than anticipated. Naruto concluded grimly. Lamia said they'd seeded nodes throughout the territory. What corruption? Sona demanded, looking between them. And why wasn't the student council informed immediately? Events have been unfolding rapidly, Rias explained diplomatically. We've confirmed that Kokabiel is behind the recent disturbances, using some form of energy corruption that specifically targets devils. Naruto stepped forward. Citri-san, I need access to your territory maps immediately. The corruption spreads through natural energy lines below the surface. If we can identify the major nodes, we can work to neutralize them before the contamination becomes irreversible. Though clearly unhappy about being brought into the situation late, Sona was too practical to waste time on recriminations. With a gesture, she created a detailed holographic map of Kuo floating above the center table. My peerage has noted disturbances at these locations, she said, highlighting several points across the city. Particularly strong readings near the Central Park, the river bend, and the shrine we just investigated. Naruto studied the pattern intently, his eyes narrowing as he recognized the configuration. It's a ritual array, he announced. The contamination nodes form a perfect 7-point seal when connected. What kind of ritual? Akeno asked. Territory transference, Naruto replied, his tone deadly serious. Kokabiel isn't just attacking this area, he's trying to literally claim it, converting Grimoire territory into a fallen angel stronghold by rewriting its fundamental energy signature. The implications struck them all simultaneously. Such a ritual, if successful, would not only displace the devil presence in Kuo but create a permanent fallen angel territory in the human world, a direct violation of the post-war treaties and a potential flashpoint for renewed conflict. We need to neutralize these nodes immediately, Rias declared, straightening with renewed determination. Sona, can your peerage assist? Of course, the student council president confirmed. But if these nodes carry the same contamination you mentioned, we'll need protection. I can provide that, Naruto said, reaching inside his jacket to remove 7 small crystals, each glowing with compressed golden energy. These containment gems can temporarily neutralize the corruption, buying us time to implement a permanent solution. He handed one to each person present. Place these at the center of each node. They'll create a suppression field that should last roughly 12 hours. And the permanent solution? Sona pressed. Naruto's expression hardened. That requires dealing with Kokabiel directly. Which brings us back to his invitation. The planning that followed was intensive and precise. By mid-afternoon, Teams had been dispatched to each corruption node, Sona's peerage taking 3, while Rias's group split to handle the remaining 4. Naruto insisted on accompanying Akeno to the largest node at the Central Park, suspecting it might hold additional challenges. His instincts proved correct. As they approached the contamination epicenter, a decorative fountain at the park's heart, 3 hellhound hybrids emerged from the purple-tinged shadows surrounding it. More advanced models, Naruto observed as the creatures circled them warily. Note the more complete wing integration and the focused eyes. These won't disintegrate as easily as the prototype. Akeno gathered her lightning, sparks dancing between her fingers. The direct approach still applies. With a modification, Naruto suggested, target the junction points where different energy types meet, wings to shoulder, primarily. That's where the structural integrity is weakest. They moved in perfect synchronization, Naruto drawing the creature's attention with a controlled pulse of his power while Akeno maneuvered for a clear shot. When the first hellhound lunged, Naruto sidestepped with casual grace, letting its momentum carry it past him before gripping one of its wings at precisely the integration point. The creature howled as golden energy seared into the junction, destabilizing the forced merger of fallen angel and hellhound essences. Before it could recover, Akeno's lightning struck the weakened point with surgical precision, completing the separation and causing the wing to disintegrate entirely. Unbalanced and wounded, the hellhound staggered sideways, providing the opening Naruto needed to deliver a devastating palm strike to its chest. Unlike the previous encounter, this creature didn't immediately shatter. Instead, cracks of golden light spread more slowly through its form before it finally collapsed into shadow fragments. They're definitely more stable, Naruto confirmed, already pivoting to face the next threat. The remaining 2 attacked simultaneously, having learned from their Packmate's fate. One went low, aiming for Akeno's legs, while the other launched itself at Naruto's throat. What followed demonstrated why Naruto's reputation inspired such fear among the 3 factions. Moving with speed that made him appear to blur, he intercepted both creatures mid-leap. A hand at each of their throats. Golden power erupted from his grip, not simply damaging but systematically unraveling the complex energy patterns that maintained their hybrid forms. Fascinating structure, he commented casually as the creature struggled futilely against his hold. Kokabiel is improving his technique with each iteration. Within moments, both hellhounds dissolved into wisps of shadow, leaving nothing behind but faint traces of purple energy that quickly dissipated into the air. Akeno stared at him with newfound appreciation. You were holding back significantly in the forest, weren't you? A slight smile curved Naruto's lips. I find it's generally wise not to reveal one's full capabilities unnecessarily. Even to allies, she asked, a hint of challenge in her tone. Especially to allies, he replied smoothly. Mystery maintains respect. Their eyes met, and something electric passed between them, a mutual recognition of power restrained, carefully controlled but ever present beneath the surface. For Akeno, who had spent years suppressing aspects of her own nature, this resonated on a deeply personal level. The node, Naruto reminded her gently, breaking the moment. They approached the fountain cautiously. Up close, the contamination was visibly spreading, purple energy swirling through the water before sinking into the ground, pulsing outward in regular rhythm like a heartbeat. The concentration is higher than expected, Naruto observed, kneeling to examine the flow patterns. This isn't just a node, it's the primary anchor point for the entire ritual array. Akeno created a detection circle, analyzing the energy composition. The fallen angel essence is almost completely merged with the natural ley line. Simply suppressing it temporarily won't be enough. No, Naruto agreed. This requires more direct intervention. He removed the containment crystal from his pocket, but instead of simply placing it near the fountain, he pressed it between his palms. Golden light flared as he channeled additional power into the gem, causing it to grow slightly larger and pulse with increasing brightness. Stand back, he warned. This will be rather more dramatic than planned. Quote, when he placed the supercharged crystal into the fountain's central basin, the reaction was immediate and spectacular. Golden energy erupted upward in a pillar of light that shot 50 feet into the sky before expanding outward in a perfect dome that encompassed the entire park. Where this energy wave encountered purple corruption, it didn't simply suppress it but actively converted it, transforming the tainted energy back into natural ambient power. The purification wave continued outward, following the underground connections to the other nodes. Akeno's phone buzzed almost immediately. Rias says the corruption at the shrine just imploded, she reported, reading the message with surprise. The containment crystal activated on its own. As expected, Naruto replied, watching with satisfaction as the fountain water cleared to crystal purity. By overloading the central anchor, we've created a cascade effect through the entire network. The other nodes should stabilize similarly. Akeno studied him with renewed curiosity. You could have done this from the beginning, couldn't you? Neutralized the entire array at once. Possibly, he admitted, but understanding the full structure was necessary first. And besides, he added with a meaningful glance, working together has other advantages. The suggestion in his tone brought a faint blush to Akeno's cheeks. Quickly mastered as she matched his gaze with one equally charged with unspoken interest. Quite the partnership, she agreed, her voice dropping to a more intimate register. I wonder what other challenges we might tackle together. Naruto stepped closer, the air between them seeming to thicken with potential energy. I can think of several worth exploring. Their moment was interrupted by the arrival of Rias, who teleported directly to their location in a flash of crimson light. If she noticed their proximity, she gave no indication. The other nodes have all neutralized, she confirmed, moving closer to examine the purified fountain. Sona reports the same effect throughout the city. Whatever you did, it worked completely. A temporary victory, Naruto cautioned, creating professional distance between himself and Akeno with subtle grace. Kokabiel will know his ritual has been disrupted. That may accelerate his timetable. The midnight meeting, Rias recalled. Do you still intend to go? With modifications to the arrangement, Naruto confirmed. I'll attend, but not alone as requested. In fact, he added with a predatory smile, I think it's time we ced Kokabiel to play on our terms rather than his. The old cathedral stood on the outskirts of Kuo, its European Gothic architecture incongruous amid the surrounding Japanese buildings. Once consecrated to Christian worship, it had been abandoned decades ago when the parish built a modern facility closer to the town center. Now it served a very different purpose, as evidenced by the subtle fall. Angel wards surrounding its perimeter. Naruto approached alone as specified, though, alone, was a relative term given the devil forces strategically positioned throughout the surrounding area. He had donned more formal attire for the occasion, a tailored black suit with subtle crimson accents that emphasized his aristocratic bearing while allowing freedom of movement if combat became necessary. The massive wooden doors opened before he reached them, revealing a long central nave illuminated by hundreds of candles. The religious iconography had been removed, replaced with symbols associated with the Grigori hierarchy, particularly those connected to Kokabiel's ancient role as the Star of God. At the altar stood the Kadri himself, tall and imposing, with 5 pairs of black wings folded against his back. Kokabiel's features were aristocratically handsome in the fallen angel tradition, though marred by the perpetual expression of disdain he wore like a mask. The Prince of Devils honors us with his presence, Kokabiel greeted, his voice carrying easily through the cathedral's perfect acoustics. Though you're 3 minutes late, punctuality is a virtue, even for those who've fallen. As is directness, Naruto replied, stopping at a calculated distance close enough for conversation, far enough to react if attacked. Let's dispense with the formalities, Kokabiel. Your hybrid project has been neutralized. Your corruption nodes purified. Whatever ritual you were attempting has failed. Rather than anger, amusement spread across Kokabiel's features. Failed? No, young prince. Succeeded perfectly. Explain, Naruto demanded, his tone hardening. Kokabiel spread his hands in a gesture of false openness. The ritual was never meant to be permanent, merely to draw you out, to confirm your presence and gauge your capabilities. And you've exceeded expectations admirably. Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly, the only outward sign of his reassessment of the situation. An elaborate ruse just to evaluate me. That seems excessive even for your reputation. Not just you, Kokabiel corrected. The devil princesses as well. Rias Grimori and Sona Citri, both sisters to current Mao's, conveniently stationed in one human city. His smile widened unpleasantly. Such valuable hostages, should conflict resume between our factions. If you believe you can capture either of them, You've greatly overestimated your forces. Naruto replied coldly. Kokabiel laughed, the sound echoing harshly against the stone walls. Perhaps. But that was never the primary objective either. You see, Naruto Morningstar. Sometimes the best way to understand an opponent is to watch them solve a problem you've created specifically for them. Understanding dawned in Naruto's eyes. The entire scenario, the Hellhounds, Lamia. The corruption, it was all a test. A calibration, Kokabiel corrected. And quite illuminating. You purified my corruption with remarkable efficiency, neutralized my hybrids without revealing your full power. And coordinated effectively with the local devil leadership despite your reputation for preferring solitary action. He began pacing before the altar, wings rustling with barely contained energy. You're everything the rumors claim, power tempered with restraint, aggression balanced by strategy. Lucifer's worthy heir indeed. Flattery doesn't explain your endgame, Naruto observed, remaining perfectly still as he tracked Kokabiel's movements. Doesn't it? Kokabiel stopped pacing to face him directly. Consider what you know of me, Prince. What has always been my greatest aspiration. The pieces clicked into place with disturbing clarity. War. Naruto stated simply. You've never accepted the peace. Every action you've taken since the ceasefire has been aimed at eventually reigniting conflict between the three factions. Peace is stagnation, Kokabiel declared, passion finally breaking through his aristocratic facade. We were created for glory, for divine purpose. Yet here we languish, playing politics while our power diminishes with each generation. The Great War was never truly resolved, merely postponed. And you believe you can successfully restart it? Naruto challenged. Even if you somehow convinced your own faction to follow you, which is doubtful given Azazel's leadership, you'd still face the combined might of heaven and the underworld. The original war nearly destroyed all three sides. A new conflict would be even more devastating. Kokabiel's smile turned cold. Unless one side possessed an advantage the others did not anticipate. A weapon beyond conventional power. Quote, the hybrids, Naruto concluded. Not just weapons but a new species entirely loyal to you, capable of corrupting devil territory, potentially even threatening to angels as well. The Ascended are merely the first step, Kokabiel confirmed. The true breakthrough lies elsewhere, in the convergence of ancient knowledge and modern applications. Technology the other faction leaders have deliberately suppressed out of fear. He spread his arms wide, as if embracing the cathedral around them. This meeting was never about negotiations or threats, Prince of Devils. It was about recognition, one visionary acknowledging another. I wanted to look upon the son of Lucifer with my own eyes before the board is reset. Warning bells rang in Naruto's mind. Kokabiel's confidence was too genuine. His manner too relaxed for someone whose plans had supposedly been thwarted. And what exactly do you hope to achieve tonight? Naruto asked carefully, senses extended their maximum range to detect any approaching threats. Tonight, nothing more than this. Conversation. Kokabiel's smile never wavered. But tomorrow everything changes. Specifics, Kokabiel, Naruto demanded. Patience thinning. Your fondness for dramatic pronouncements grows tiresome. The fallen angel leader laughed softly. Very well. Direct, as requested. By this time tomorrow, I will have acquired the final component needed to complete my masterwork. A sacred relic of such power that its mere presence in Kuo will force all three factions to send their leaders personally. Which relic? Naruto asked, though he already suspected the answer. The Excaliburs, of course. Kokabiel's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Or rather, the fragments that remain. My agents have already secured 3 of the 7. The remaining 4 will arrive in Kuo by tomorrow evening, brought directly to me by their own guardians. The implications were staggering. The Excalibur fragments were among the most jealously guarded holy weapons in existence, each protected by the Church's elite exorcists. The Church would never willingly surrender them, Naruto pointed out. Not even under threat. Who said anything about surrender? Kokabiel countered. They'll come to retrieve what they believe I've already stolen. An elite team of exorcists, personally sanctioned by Michael himself, walking directly into my territory. His smile widened. And when I destroy them and claim their fragments, the balance will shift irrevocably. Naruto maintained his composed expression, but internally, he was already calculating contingencies. You realize I can't allow this plan to proceed. Of course not. Kokabiel agreed amiably. You'll try to stop me, gather allies, warn the exorcists exactly as expected. That's what makes this entertaining, Prince. We're both playing roles written for us long ago. The rebellious fallen angel, the dutiful devil prince, archetypes from the original conflict. Reenacting our parts in the next great war. His expression hardened suddenly, ancient power flickering in his eyes. But unlike you, I've evolved beyond my assigned role. The question is whether you're truly your father's son, bound by obligation and tradition, or something greater, someone willing to break the cycle entirely. Before Naruto could respond, the cathedral doors burst open. Rainier entered, flanked by several lesser fallen angels including the blue-haired Calawarner. Forgive the interruption, Kokabiel-sama, Rainier said with a deep bow. But we've detected movement outside the perimeter. Devil signatures, at least 10 distinct sources. Right on schedule, Kokabiel remarked, seeming pleased rather than concerned. It appears your companions grew impatient, Prince. Naruto's expression remained neutral. I never claimed to be coming alone. Your invitation suggested it, but I made no such promise. Indeed, Kokabiel turned to Rainier. Initiate Containment Protocol 3. I want this conversation to remain private a while longer. With a nod, Rainier withdrew, the doors closing behind her with an ominous thud. Almost immediately, a complex barrier shimmered into existence around the cathedral, visible briefly as a dome of purple-black energy before fading to transparency. A temporary measure, Kokabiel explained, to ensure we complete our discussion without youthful interference. You're mistaken if you think that barrier will hold against Rias and Sona combined, Naruto warned. It doesn't need to hold indefinitely. Only long enough. Kokabiel reached inside his coat, removing an ornate crystal vial filled with swirling energy that pulsed with an unnatural rhythm. Do you recognize this, Prince? Naruto's eyes narrowed. Soul extraction essence, F. Orbited by all three factions since before the Great War. Correct. Specifically, this contains the extracted life force of over 100 human psychics, individuals with latent sacred gear potent IAL, but not enough to manifest weapons naturally. Disgust flashed across Naruto's features. You've been harvesting souls, harvesting potential, Kokabiel corrected, as if the distinction mattered. These humans would have lived and died without ever awakening their gifts. I've simply repurposed their dormant energy. For what purpose? Instead of answering directly, Kokabiel placed the vial on the altar behind him. You've seen my hybrids, impressive but admittedly flawed. The early versions require constant energy infusion to maintain stability. The extraction essence solves that problem, providing a self-sustaining power source. Creating abominations wasn't enough. You're now binding stolen soul fragments to them, Naruto concluded, his voice growing dangerously quiet. You've crossed every moral boundary our kind still respected. Morality is luxury afforded by peace, Kokabiel dismissed. In war, only results matter. And my results are undeniable. As if on cue, the air behind the altar shimmered as a magic circle formed a teleportation array far more complex than standard models. From it emerged a figure that caused even Naruto's carefully maintained composure to falter momentarily. The newcomer appeared initially as a strikingly beautiful woman with long black hair and alabaster skin. But as she stepped fully into the cathedral, her true nature became apparent. 12 wings extended from her back, 6 fallen angel black feathers on the right, 6 devil-style membrane wings on the left. Her eyes held the vertical pupils of a devil, but glowed with the light-based power of an angel. Most disturbing was the aura she emanated, a perfectly balanced fusion of fallen angel and devil energy, neither canceling the other but instead amplifying in impossible harmony. May I present Lilith, Kokabiel announced with undisguised pride. Named, of course, for the mythical first consort, the perfected ascended prototype and the future mother of a new species. Naruto's expression hardened as he assessed the new threat. Unlike Lamia and the Hellhounds, this hybrid showed no signs of instability or forced integration. The fusion appeared seamless, the conflicting energies coexisting in defiance of fundamental supernatural laws. This shouldn't be possible, he stated flatly. The energies are fundamentally incompatible. Conventional wisdom would agree, Kokabiel acknowledged. But conventional wisdom lacks imagination. The soul extraction essence provides the necessary bridge-neutral energy that can be shaped to harmonize the opposing forces. Lilith had remained silent, watching Naruto with predatory interest. When she finally spoke, her voice carried dual harmonics, one tone melodic, the other with a subtle demonic resonance. "The son of Lucifer," she observed, moving closer with inhuman grace. "Your energy signature is fascinating. More complex than the others." "Others?" Naruto asked sharply. "We've been studying devil energy patterns for some time," Kokabiel explained. "Particularly those of noble bloodlines. Your appearance in Kuo provided an unexpected opportunity to examine the most prized lineage of all." Understanding dawned with chilling clarity. The corruption nodes. They weren't just terraforming, they were collecting data on devil energy responses. Mapping how our power interacts with foreign essence. "Very good," Kokabiel praised, as if addressing a promising student. The corruption served multiple purposes, collecting vital information while simultaneously testing territorial defenses. Naruto reassessed the situation rapidly. The barrier outside would keep Rias and the others at bay temporarily, but the real danger stood before him, a hybrid creation of unprecedented sophistication, clearly designed for combat effectiveness. "What do you want from me, Kokabiel?" he asked directly, power gathering subtly around him in preparation. "This elaborate setup suggests more than just a demonstration of your achievements." "Perspective," Kokabiel replied simply. "I wanted you to understand what's coming, to see beyond the petty politics of our respective leaderships to the true future of our kind." He gestured toward Lilith. "The next evolutionary step isn't devils or fallen angels or angels, but something transcending all three. Imagine beings with the strength of devils, the light manipulation of angels, and the adaptability of fallen, a perfect synthesis rather than the compromised forms we currently inhabit. At the cost of countless souls and a new war that would devastate all existing factions," Naruto pointed out coldly. "Necessary sacrifices for true progress." Kokabiel's expression turned earnest, almost passionate. "Your father understood this concept. Lucifer rebelled not just out of pride but vision. He saw that stagnation was the true enemy. You carry his blood, his power. Do you not also carry his ambition?" "You didn't know my father," Naruto stated, an edge entering his voice. "Dawn. She presumed to interpret his motivations or legacy." Kokabiel studied him for a moment, disappointment evident on his aristocratic features. "A pity. I had hoped for either an ally or a worthy adversary. Instead, I find merely another custodian of a broken system." He turned to Lilith. "Demonstrate for our guest what true evolution looks like. Don't kill him, but ensure he understands the gap between old power and new." Without warning, Lilith moved, her speed exceeding even Naruto's enhanced perceptions. One moment she stood near the altar, the next she was directly before him, palm thrust aimed at his chest with lethal precision. Only centuries of combat instinct saved him from immediate incapacitation. Naruto pivoted at the last possible instant, the strike grazing his side rather than striking center mass. Even that glancing blow carried tremendous force, sending him sliding backward several meters. "Impressive reaction time," Lilith commented, her dual-toned voice tinged with genuine appreciation. "Most opponents would already be unconscious." Naruto straightened, golden energy with crimson edges flickering visibly around him now. "I'm not most opponents." What followed was a display of combat prowess rarely witnessed in the modern era. Lilith attacked with a fighting style that seamlessly blended fallen angel light manipulation with devil strength techniques, creating openings that would have devastated any conventional fighter. Yet Naruto matched her move for move, his centuries of experience evident in every calculated defense and precise counter. Golden energy formed shields at exactly the right moments to deflect light spears, while his physical strikes targeted the junction points where different energy types merged in her body. "You're analyzing my structure," Lilith realized after several exchanges. "Seeking weaknesses in the integration." "There are always weaknesses," Naruto confirmed, sliding under a horizontal light blade before delivering a palm strike to her midsection that actually pushed her back several steps. From the altar, Kokabiel watched their battle with the calculated interest of a scientist observing an experiment. "Your technique is impeccable," he called to Naruto. "But technique alone won't overcome evolutionary advantage. Lilith doesn't just combine different powers, she transcends their limitations." As if to demonstrate this point, Lilith changed tactics. Rather than continuing the physical exchange, she floated upward, wings extending to their full impressive span. Energy gathered around her in a swirling vortex, but this wasn't pure light or devil power. Instead, it manifested as a spiral of purple-black energy interwoven with golden light, the opposing forces not canceling but amplifying each other. "Witness true synthesis," she announced, her dual-toned voice resonating throughout the cathedral. The energy coalesced into a sphere between her hands, growing rapidly until it reached the size of a beach ball. When she released it toward Naruto, the projectile didn't simply fly forward, it distorted the space around it, reality itself seeming to bend in its wake. Recognizing the danger, Naruto abandoned conventional defense. His own power surged visibly, crimson energy rising around him like flames before concentrating into a focused shield before him. When the hybrid energy sphere struck this barrier, the resulting collision sent shockwaves throughout the cathedral, stained glass windows shattering outward as candles extinguished in the explosive pressure wave. When the dust settled, Naruto remained standing. Though his shield had visibly cracked before dissipating entirely, his expression had shifted from analytical interest to something colder, more focused. "Enough games," he stated, his voice carrying a resonance that hadn't been present before. The change in his demeanor was subtle but profound. The carefully maintained facade of restraint fell away, revealing something ancient and terrible beneath power that had been deliberately concealed until now. Crimson gold energy erupted around him, not in the controlled displays of before, but as a towering pillar that reached to the cathedral ceiling. The very air seemed to grow heavier, reality bending slightly around his form as power no mortal structure was designed to contain pressed against the building's physical limitations. Even Lilith hesitated, instinctively recognizing a predator far beyond her artificial evolution. "So the prince finally shows his true form," Kokabiel observed, though his confident tone had acquired a hint of caution. "I was beginning to wonder if you'd inherited your father's power or merely his name." Naruto didn't bother responding to the taunt. Instead, he vanished from where he stood, reappearing instantly behind Lilith. Before she could react, his hand pressed against her back, directly between the junction of her mismatched wings. Golden energy with crimson edges flowed from his palm, not as an attack but as something far more sophisticated, a systematic analysis of her entire energy structure, mapping the complex integration of opposing forces within her hybrid form. "Fascinating," he murmured, maintaining the connection despite her attempts to break away. "Not fusion but synchronization through an external medium. The soul essence acts as a buffer, preventing natural rejection." With sudden violence, Lilith broke the connection, spinning to face him with genuine anger distorting her perfect features. "What did you do to me?" "Learned," Naruto replied simply, exactly as he had with Lamia in the forest. "Your structure is impressive, but fundamentally flawed. The synchronization requires constant maintenance, a perpetual flow of neutral energy to prevent collapse." His gaze shifted to Kokabiel. "That's why you need the Excaliburs. Not just as bait for the factions, but for their unique energy signature, holy power that can be repurposed as a stabilizing agent for your hybrids." Surprise flashed across Kokabiel's features before he mastered it with a cold smile. "Very perceptive. The fragments contain concentrated holy essence in its purest form, the perfect catalyst for the next phase of ascension." "There won't be a next phase," Naruto stated with absolute certainty. "This ends now." Power gathered around his right hand, concentrated to a degree that made the air itself warp visibly. This wasn't the controlled, precise energy he'd displayed before, but something far more primal, raw destruction channeled through centuries of technical mastery. But before he could strike, the cathedral shuddered violently as an external force crashed against Kokabiel's barrier. The purple-black dome surrounding the building became briefly visible again as crimson energy unmistakable. Why Rias's power signature hammered against it from outside. "It appears our time grows short," Kokabiel observed, seemingly unconcerned despite the increasing strain on his barrier. "Lilith, we're leaving." The hybrid nodded once before flying back to the teleportation circle still active behind the altar. Kokabiel retrieved the soul essence vial, tucking it carefully into his coat. "This was merely an introduction, Prince," he called to Naruto. "The true performance begins tomorrow. I suggest you prepare your young friends for what's coming. It would be a shame for such promising devils to perish without understanding why." Naruto moved with blinding speed, intent on preventing their escape, but Kokabiel had prepared for this eventuality. As he reached the teleportation circle, the fallen NGEL leader removed a small crystal from his pocket, crushing it between his fingers. Immediately, the barrier surrounding the cathedral inverted. Instead of keeping intruders out, it suddenly contracted inward. The purple-black energy collapsing toward the center of the building like a massive implosion. Recognizing the danger of being caught in a dimensional compression, Naruto was forced to redirect his attack to counter the collapsing barrier, creating a protective sphere around himself as the cathedral seemed to fold inward. The last thing he saw before the teleportation circle activated as Kokabiel's triumphant smile and Lilith's cold, assessing gaze. Then they were gone, and Naruto was left containing an implosion that would have leveled several city blocks if released unchecked. With precise control, he systematically dismantled the collapsing energy, converting the destructive force into harmless ambient power that dissipated into the atmosphere. By the time Rias and the others finally breached the perimeter, the immediate danger had passed, though the cathedral itself was reduced to little more than a stone shell, its interior gutted by the concentrated energy exchange. Naruto, Rias called, rushing through the ruined entrance with Akeno close behind. What happened? We couldn't break through the barrier until just now. He turned to face them, his expression grave. Kokabiel has revealed his plan. And it's worse than we anticipated. Back at the Occult Research Club headquarters, the atmosphere was tense as Naruto outlined what he'd learned. Both Rias and Sona's peerages were present, along with Issei, who still looked somewhat overwhelmed by the escalating supernatural conflict but determined to help however possible. Excalibur fragments, Kiba repeated, an undercurrent of barely controlled rage in his voice. Here in Kuo, are soon to be, Naruto confirmed. According to Kokabiel, his agents have already secured 3 fragments. The church will be ending exorcists with the remaining 4 to retrieve them. Walking into a trap, Rias concluded grimly. With holy swords that Kokabiel needs for his hybrid program. Sona adjusted her glasses, her analytical mind already working through strategies. We need to warn the church representatives before they arrive. Easier said than done, Akeno pointed out. The church doesn't exactly maintain op-n communication channels with Devil Territory administrators. Naruto had remained standing by the window, his posture tense as he processed everything he'd seen in the cathedral. The hybrid Lilith R.E. presented a technological breakthrough that shouldn't have been possible without extensive research resources and expertise far beyond what Kokabiel should have access to. We need to contact Searsex directly, he decided. Turning back to the group. This situation has escalated beyond territorial defense. If Kokabiel succeeds in obtaining all 7 Excalibur fragments and using them to perfect his hybrid program, the balance between factions could destabilize completely. I'll establish a communication circle immediately, Rias agreed, moving to the magic array in the center of the room. As she began the ritual to contact her brother, Akeno approached Naruto, concern evident in her violet eyes. You're holding something back, she observed quietly. Something about what you saw in the cathedral. Their gazes met, and Naruto found himself appreciating her perceptiveness. The hybrid I encountered Lilith was unlike the others. Not just more stable, but fundamentally different. The integration of fallen angel and devil essences was nearly perfect. But that's impossible, Akeno whispered, unconsciously touching her own chest where her dual heritage resided as separate, often conflicting components. The energies are naturally opposed. Impossible through conventional means, Naruto corrected. But Kokabiel has acquired technology and knowledge that was supposedly destroyed centuries ago. Soul extraction essence, energy synchronization matrices, forbidden research from before the Great War. Understanding dawned in her eyes. You think someone from the underworld is helping him? Someone with access to the sealed archives. It's the only explanation that fits the evidence, Naruto confirmed. Which means this conspiracy extends beyond just Kokabiel and his followers. Before they could pursue this troubling line of thought further, Searsex's image materialized above the communication circle, the crimson-haired Mao appearing much as he always did, aristocratically and some with power carefully contained beneath a diplomatic exterior. Rias, Naruto, he acknowledged, his expression serious. I gather from the emergency contact protocol that the situation has evolved significantly. That would be an understatement, Naruto replied. Kokabiel isn't just creating territorial disputes, he's developing hybrid soldiers using forbidden soul technology and planning Acquire all 7 Excalibur fragments within the next 24 hours. Sears's expression darkened. You're certain about the Excaliburs? He confirmed it personally, Naruto stated. 3 fragments already in his possession. 4 more inbound with church exorcists who believe they're on a retrieval mission. This complicates matters significantly, Sears said after a moment's consideration. I'll contact Azazel immediately. If Kokabiel is acting without Grigori's sanction, as seems likely, we'll need a coordinated response. And the church representatives? Rias pressed. We can't allow them to walk into Kokabiel's trap with the remaining fragments. Sears's expression turned diplomatic. Relations with Michael's faction remain delicate. Direct interference with church operatives could be misinterpreted. He glanced at Naruto. However, an unofficial warning delivered carefully might be prudent. I'll handle it, Naruto decided. But we'll need to move quickly. According to Kokabiel, the exorcists will arrive by tomorrow evening. Understood. I'm dispatching reinforcements to Kuo immediately. Graphia will coordinate their arrival. Sears's gaze swept across the gathered devils. In the meantime, strengthen your defenses and maintain vigilance. Kokabiel is ancient and cunning. This revealed plan may conceal another purpose entirely. After the communication ended, Sona approached Naruto with characteristic directness. You mentioned soul extraction essence. If Kokabiel is harvesting human souls for his experiments, there should be evidence missing persons, unexplained comas. Energy fluctuations. Good point, Naruto acknowledged. We should review recent incidents in neighboring areas. Kokabiel wouldn't risk drawing attention by harvesting near his primary base of operations. My peerage can handle that research, Sona offered. We have access to regional police databases through the Student Council network. As they began organizing into research and patrol teams, Naruto found himself approached by both Rias and Akeno. Something in their synchronized movement suggested they'd coordinated this approach beforehand. We need to discuss the church representatives, Rias began. Specifically, how to contact them without triggering immediate hostility. I have experience with cross-faction diplomacy, Naruto reminded her. I can manage a careful approach. Perhaps, Akeno interjected, but you're also the son of Lucifer, a figure the church has specific doctrinal concerns about. Your presence alone might be interpreted as confirmation of hostile intent. Naruto raised an eyebrow, seeing the logic in their argument but sensing something more behind it. You're suggesting an alternative approach. A neutral intermediary, Rias explained. Someone connected to the supernatural world but not directly affiliated with devil hierarchy. The retired exorcist who lives near the old church complex, Akeno clarified. You mentioned him earlier. As a former church operative, he might have communication channels we could utilize without immediately raising alarms. The suggestion was tactically sound, though Naruto suspected their motivations included keeping him away from direct church contact. Whether for his protection or to prevent diplomatic complications remained unclear. A reasonable approach, he conceded. But I'm not sending either of you to make contact alone. The retired status of this exorcist doesn't guarantee his cooperation or safety. We'll go together, Rias decided. Akeno and I can represent our territory's legitimate concerns, while you can provide the broader context about Kokabiel's plans. The matter settled, they prepared to depart, though night had fallen over Kuo during their strategy session. As they walked through the academy grounds toward the residential district where the retired exorcist lived, Naruto found himself flanked by both women, their presence creating an interesting energy balance on either side. You never fully explained what happened in that cathedral, Rias observed, breaking the contemplative silence. The level of damage suggested a significant confrontation. Kokabiel brought his masterpiece to our meeting, Naruto explained, his expression darkening at the memory. A hybrid named Lilith, incorporating what appeared to be perfectly synchronized fallen angel and devil essences. And you fought her? Akeno asked, noting the subtle tension in his posture that indicated the encounter had been more challenging than he initially suggested. Briefly, Naruto acknowledged, she was formidable, not just powerful but precisely designed, as if Kokabiel had engineered her specifically to counter traditional devil combat techniques. Yet you prevailed, Rias observed, a question in her tone. A slight smile curved Naruto's lips. The encounter was interrupted before a definitive conclusion. But I learned enough to understand the fundamental structure of these advanced hybrids. Knowledge that will prove useful in our next confrontation. They turned down a quiet residential street, the houses growing more traditional and spaced further apart as they reached the older section of town. At the end of the street stood a modest Japanese-style home surrounded by a well-maintained garden. Despite its traditional appearance, Naruto could detect numerous protective wards embedded in the property's perimeter, subtle but effective defenses designed specifically against supernatural intrusion. Impressive security for a retired operative, he observed as they approached the gate. Tasaka-san has lived here peacefully for over a decade, Rias explained. The local devil administration, my family has respected his privacy in exchange for non-interference in our activities. A practical arrangement, Naruto acknowledged. Though one that's about to be tested. Before they could announce their presence, the front door slid open. An elderly man emerged onto the porch. Silver hair cropped short in military fashion and stern features carved by decades of conflict. Despite his advanced age, he moved with the fluid grace of a lifelong warrior, and his EY's held the sharp alertness of someone who had never truly retired from battle, merely chosen different fields. Devils at my gate, he observed, his Japanese accented with hints of European origin. The Grimoire princess herself, no less. These must be desperate times indeed. His gaze shifted to Naruto, narrowing slightly as he registered the distinctive energy signature. And company of particular note, it seems. Interesting choices you're making, Grimoire-san. Tasaka-san, Rias greeted with respectful formality. We apologize for the late visit, but circumstances require immediate action. May we speak with you regarding a matter of mutual concern? The old exorcist studied them for a long moment before nodding once. 3 devils, one of particular lineage, requesting audience rather than demanding it. Curiosity compels me to hear you out, if nothing else. He stepped aside, gesturing toward the open door. Enter freely, but understand that this home remains consecrated ground. It will not harm you directly. But neither will your powers function at full capacity within. As they crossed the threshold, Naruto felt the subtle pressure of holy energy, not aggressive enough to cause pain but present as a constant reminder of the home's religious alignment. The interior was sparse but meticulously organized, combining Japanese minimalism with elements of European religious iconography. Tasaka led them to a modest sitting room, offering tea with precise, formal movements that spoke of decades of disciplined routine. Once they were seated, he addressed them directly. Now, At brings devil nobility and Lucifer's heir to my door at this hour. Rias glanced at Naruto, who nodded slightly, ceding the initial explanation to her as the territorial administrator. Kokabiel, the fallen angel of stars, has established operations in Kuo, she began. He's developing weapons using forbidden technology and plans to ambush church representatives arriving tomorrow with Excalibur fragments. If the old exorcist was surprised by this information, he concealed it well. Excaliburs in Japan, unexpected. The fragments are typically secured in separate European vaults. According to our intelligence, Kokabiel has already acquired 3 fragments, Akeno added. The church is sending exorcists with the remaining 4, apparently to retrieve what they believe were stolen. Walking into a trap, Tasaka concluded, his weathered hands clasping around his teacup. And you seek to warn them, despite the obvious advantages of allowing potential adversaries to diminish each other. His direct question hung in the air, testing their intentions and honesty. Kokabiel's objective extends beyond faction conflicts, Naruto explained, meeting the old man's evaluating gaze. He's reading hybrid soldiers combining fallen angel and devil essences, stabilized using extracted human souls. The Excalibur fragments would provide the final component he needs to perfect this technology. If successful, these weapons would threaten all 3 factions equally, Rias continued. Our interests temporarily align with heaven's in preventing this outcome. Tasaka sipped his tea thoughtfully before setting the cup down with careful precision. In my 50 years as an active exorcist, I participated in 3 joint operations with devil forces against common threats. Each time, I was counseled against such cooperation by church leadership. Each time, the cooperation proved necessary for survival. He studied them silently for a moment longer before coming to a decision. I maintain limited communication channels with certain church operatives. I can pass your warning through these channels, though I cannot guarantee it will be believed or acted upon. That's all we ask, Rias assured him. An opportunity for the exorcists to approach with appropriate caution rather than walking blindly into Kokabiel's scheme. There's one more thing, Naruto added. The identity of these church representatives may be significant. Do your channels provide any information about who might be assigned to such a sensitive mission? The old exorcist's expression shifted slightly, a hint of personal concern breaking through his professional demeanor. I have suspicions, though no confirmation. A mission involving Excalibur fragments would typically be assigned to wielders with natural compatibility to the swords. Given the Japanese location, there's a high probability that Shido Irina would be involved. Shido, Rias repeated, recognition flashing in her eyes. Isn't that? Yes, Tasaka confirmed, the daughter of a local family who relocated to England for church service. She trained specifically for Excalibur compatibility from childhood. Your concern suggests a personal connection, Naruto observed. Her father studied under me briefly before joining the Church Diplomatic Corps, Tasaka explained. I've followed her career with professional interest. She shows considerable promise, but lacks experience against opponents of Kokabiel's caliber. The subtle shift in the old exorcist's demeanor confirmed what Naruto had suspected: his willingness to help stemmed not just from tactical assessment but personal concern for at least one of the operatives involved. We'll provide whatever support we can without compromising their mission, Naruto assured him. Our objective is preventing Kokabiel from acquiring the fragments, not interfering with legitimate church operations. Tasaka nodded, seemingly satisfied with this commitment. I'll make contact tonight through secure channels. The warning should reach appropriate parties by morning, giving them time to adjust their approach. After finalizing the details of what information would be shared, they prepared to depart. At the door, Tasaka addressed Naruto directly for the first time. You're not what I expected, the old exorcist admitted. The church teaches that Lucifer's bloodline carries his pride and rebellion-like genetic traits. Yet you seem more concerned with maintaining balance than disrupting it. Appearances can be deceiving, Naruto replied with a slight smile. But in this case, pragmatism aligns with principle. Kokabiel's methods threaten foundations that benefit all factions. Indeed, Tasaka's weathered face revealed little, but his eyes held something approaching reluctant respect. Although I wonder if your father would approve of your cooperative approach. My father understood that survival sometimes requires unexpected alliances, Naruto countered. A lesson each generation must learn anew. It seems. With that exchange lingering in the air, they departed the exorcist's home, returning to the night-shrouded streets of Kuo. The encounter had been productive, but the weight of tomorrow's confrontation pressed heavily on all three as they walked in contemplative silence. Tasaka-san will help, Rias finally said, breaking the quiet. Despite his caution, I sensed genuine concern about Kokabiel's plans. Personal connections often override factional loyalty, Naruto observed, especially among those who've seen enough conflict to recognize its true cost. Akeno, who had remained unusually quiet during the meeting, finally spoke. If church exorcists arrive prepared for Kokabiel's trap, his entire plan changes. He may accelerate his timetable or attempt something more desperate. Almost certainly, Naruto agreed. Which means we need to be prepared for multiple contingencies by tomorrow evening. They had reached a crossroads, one path led in toward the Grimoire estate where Rias and Akeno resided, the other toward Naruto's temporary accommodation near the academy. Normally, this would be where they separated for the night. Instead, Rias surprised both her companions by asking, "Would you consider joining us at the estate tonight? The security is significantly stronger, and having you present would facilitate immediate coordination if Kokabiel moves earlier than expected." The invitation carried multiple layers of meaning, practical tactical considerations layered over something more personal. Naruto studied her expression, noting the subtle indicators of genuine concern beneath her administrative rationale. A sensible precaution, he acknowledged, giving her the professional justification she'd offered while his knowing smile acknowledged the unspoken aspects of the invitation. Akeno's expression revealed brief surprise before settling into something more thoughtful, her violet eyes moving between Rias and Naruto with careful assessment. "I'll prepare appropriate accommodations," she offered, her tone neutral but gaze communicative as it met Naruto's. The Grimoire estate sat on extensive grounds at the city's edge, a perfect blend of Japanese traditional architecture and European aristocratic elements reflecting the family's cross-cultural heritage. Despite its elegant appearance, Naruto immediately recognized the sophisticated defense systems integrated throughout the property, layers of barriers, detection wards, and counter-magic arrays that would make direct assault nearly impossible. Impressive security, He commented as they passed through the main gate. Sears's design, I assume. The fundamental framework, Rias confirmed. Though I've made personal modifications over the years. The Eastern Quadra, NT, is particularly attuned to fallen angel signatures after recent events. The main house welcomed them with warm lighting and the subtle presence of devil servants who materialized to attend to our needs before disappearing with practiced discretion. As they moved through elegantly appointed corridors, Naruto noted both the luxury befitting a noble devil household and the strategic layout that could quickly convert this peaceful residence into a defensive stronghold if necessary. Akeno led them to a spacious sitting room where refreshments awaited. The atmosphere had shifted from the tactile urgency of their earlier planning to something more contemplative as they processed the day's discoveries and prepared for tomorrow's confrontation. I've notified the household staff to prepare the East Wing guest suite, Akeno mentioned as she poured tea with graceful precision. It offers the best combination of comfort and security. Thank you, Naruto replied, accepting the offered cup. As their fingers briefly touched during the exchange, a subtle current of energy passed between them, not accidental but not overtly intentional either, a testing of boundaries. Rias observed this interaction with thoughtful consideration before addressing the practical matters at hand. With Tasaka's warning reaching the church operatives by morning, we should expect their arrival plan to change. Most likely, they'll attempt a more covert approach rather than the direct engagement Kokabiel anticipated. Which means we need to locate and secure them before Kokabiel does, Naruto agreed. His network of fallen angels throughout the city gives him significant surveillance advantages. Akeno set her cup down with deliberate care. There's another consideration we haven't fully addressed. If these church exorcists arrive prepared for hostility, they'll be suspicious of any devil approach, even one offering assistance. A valid concern, Naruto acknowledged. Which is why I suggest a stage D intervention rather than direct contact. We monitor their arrival discreetly, allow them to encounter Kokabiel's forces on their own terms, then provide support at a critical moment. Demonstrating our intentions through actions rather than words, Rias concluded, appreciating the strategy. The practical discussion continued as they refined plans for the coming day, considering various contingencies and response protocols. Throughout, Naruto noted the evolving dynamic between himself and the two devil women, professional respect blending with personal interest in ways that added subtle undercurrents to every exchange. When they finally concluded their planning, the hour had grown late. Akeno rose gracefully to her feet. I'll show you to your accommodations, she offered to Naruto. There's something else you require tonight. The subtle emphasis on her final word carried deliberate ambiguity, an invitation left carefully open to interpretation. Guidance to unfamiliar territory is always appreciated. Naruto replied with equal subtlety, rising to follow her. Rias watched them with a complex expression before standing as well. I have some final security adjustments to implement. I'll join you shortly to ensure everything meets our guests' expectations. The layered meaning in her statement wasn't lost on either of her companions. What had begun as tactical alliance was evolving into something more nuanced, with boundaries becoming increasingly permeable. As Akeno led Naruto through the estate's eastern wing, their conversation shifted from strategy to more personal matters. You've been containing your power since arriving in Kuo, she observed, glancing at him from the corner of her eye. Even during combat, yet I sense it's becoming more difficult to maintain that restraint. Perceptive, Naruto acknowledged. Extended suppression requires constant attention, particularly in situations that would naturally trigger combat response. Like facing Kokabiel's perfect hybrid, Akeno suggested. Naruto's expression darkened slightly at the memory. Lilith was impressive, but far from perfect. The synchronization relies on external energy sources, a fundamental weakness that limits her potential. Quote, yet you seem troubled by the encounter. Akeno pressed gently, stopping before an ornate door that presumably led to his assigned quarters. Their eyes met, and for a moment, Naruto allowed the careful diplomatic mask to drop, revealing something ancient and powerful beneath. What troubles me isn't her capabilities, but the implications of her existence. The technology to create such hybrids shouldn't be available to someone like Kokabiel. Which means there are larger forces at work that we haven't yet identified. Forces within the devil hierarchy? Akeno asked, her political acumen showing through her usually playful demeanor. Possibly, Naruto confirmed. The soul extraction process uses principles developed by devil researchers during the early post-war period. Research that was supposedly destroyed completely when its ethical implications became clear. Before Akeno could respond, they sensed Rias approaching from the main corridor. The conversation paused naturally as she joined them, though the serious tone lingered in the air. I've activated the estate's highest security protocols, Rias informed them. Any attempt to breach our perimeter will trigger immediate alerts to all three of us. She gestured toward the door beside them. These quarters should provide both comfort and tactical advantages. The eastern balcony overlooks the most likely approach vectors from the city, and the room contains a dedicated communication array linked directly to the main house. Naruto nodded his appreciation. Thorough preparations. Though, I suspect Kokabiel will avoid direct confrontation until he's secured the Excalibur fragments. Nevertheless, prudence dictates readiness, Rias replied, her formal tone masking what appeared to be genuine concern. We've underestimated him once already. The conversation paused as all three stood before the unopened door, an unspoken tension hanging between them. What had begun as tactical alliance had evolved into something more complex, respect layered with personal interest, shared danger creating connections that transcended mere cooperation. Perhaps, Akeno suggested, breaking the momentary silence. We should continue our strategy discussion inside. There are several contingencies we haven't fully explored. The deliberate ambiguity in her suggestion wasn't lost on either of her companions. Naruto studied both women with thoughtful consideration, recognizing the unspoken invitation while respecting the complexity of the situation. A prudent suggestion, he finally agreed, opening the door to reveal elegantly appointed quarters that reflected the estate's blend of Japanese and European influences. Particularly given the unique nature of tomorrow's challenges. What full load transcended simple strategy discussions, evolving into a deeper connection between three powerful individuals drawn together by shared purpose and mutual recognition. The evening explored not same tactical options but personal boundaries, creating bonds that would prove significant in the coming conflict. Morning arrived with golden light filtering through ornate windows, illuminating the East Wing guest suite where Naruto stood on the balcony, watching the sunrise with contemplative focus. Behind him, the large bed still held the sleeping forms of Rias and Akeno, their contrasting sun and black hair spilling across silk pillows in artistic disarray. The night had been revelatory in multiple ways, boundaries crossed with mutual consent and shared discovery. Yet even amidst the personal connections formed, Naruto's thoughts had repeatedly returned to the larger threat looming over Kuo. A soft rustle of silk announced Akeno's awakening as she joined him on the balcony, a chi robe draped loosely around her shoulders. You're troubled, she observed, her usual playfulness subdued by genuine concern. Contemplative, Naruto corrected gently. Last night was significant for all of us, but it doesn't change what comes next, she concluded, understanding immediately. Kokabiel still moves against us, and the Excalibur fragments remain his objective. He nodded, appreciating her direct perception. Personal connections are strength, not distraction. But they do add complexity to tactical decisions. Akeno moved closer, her hand resting lightly on his arm. Rias I have always understood that leadership requires difficult choices. We wouldn't have invited you here if we feared those complications. Their conversation paused as Rias joined them, her crimson hair catching the morning light as she approached with regal grace despite her simple silk robe. Strategy meeting in the main house in 30 minutes, she announced. Sona and her peerage have reported unusual energy fluctuations throughout the city overnight. Kokabiel consolidating his forces, Naruto concluded. Preparing for the church representatives' arrival. Most likely, Rias agreed. Her expression softened slightly as she met his gaze. Last night doesn't change our tactical situation, but it does clarify certain priorities. The unspoken message was clear: personal connections now complemented their professional alliance, creating deeper motivation to protect what they shared. Indeed, Naruto acknowledged and clarified priorities, sharpened focus, even amidst complicated scenarios. They prepared for the day with efficient coordination, personal moments interspersed with practical preparations. By the time they joined the strategy meeting in the main house's secure conference room, all three had mentally shifted back to their leadership roles, though subtle glances and brief touches maintained their newly established connection. Sona was already present with her queen, Tsubaki, reviewing data displayed on magical projection screens around the room. She glanced up as they entered, her analytical eyes noting but not commenting on the subtle shifts in their group dynamic. "We've detected 12 distinct fallen angel energy signatures throughout Kuo since midnight," she reported without preamble. "All maintaining observation positions rather than initiating action." "Surveillance pattern," Naruto confirmed, studying the mapped locations. "Kokabiel is creating a detection net to monitor for the church representatives' arrival, which suggests they haven't yet entered the city," Rias concluded. "Did Tasaka's warning reach them in time?" "Most likely," Naruto replied. "The question is how they'll adapt their approach knowing Kokabiel awaits them." Their strategic discussion was interrupted by the arrival of Kiba, whose normally composed demeanor showed clear tension. "A message from the Boundary Patrol," he announced. "2 individuals with holy sword D signatures have been detected near the western forest edge. They appear to be deliberately avoiding typical entry points to the city." The exorcists, Akeno identified immediately, taking a covert approach based on Tasaka's warning. "Which means Kokabiel's surveillance net is currently missing them," Sona pointed out, adjusting her glasses. "A temporary advantage, but significant." Naruto studied the map projection, calculating potential interception routes. "We need to make contact before they enter the more heavily monitored central districts. Kiba, you and I will approach from the northwestern quadrant." The blonde knight's expression tightened at the mention of Excalibur's personal history, clearly influencing his reaction. "Is that wise? My history with holy swords might complicate diplomatic efforts." "Actually, it provides credibility," Naruto countered. "Your survival of the Holy Sword project gives you unique insight into the dangers of Excalibur misuse." Perspective T might resonate with church operatives concerned about their weapons falling into the wrong hands. After brief discussion, they finalized the approach plan. Naruto and Kiba would make initial contact with the exorcists, while Rias and Akeno maintained communication support from a tactical distance. Sona's peerage would continue monitoring Kokabiel's surveillance network, providing real-time updates on fallen angel movements. As they prepared to depart, Naruto found himself briefly alone with Rias and Akeno. The professional demeanor they'd maintained during the strategy session softened momentarily into something more personal. "Be careful," Rias said simply. "Church exorcists are trained to react with lethal force to devil approaches, especially high-ranking devils. I've negotiated with more volatile parties," Naruto assured her with a confident smile. "And besides, my diplomatic skills were sufficient to navigate even more complex situations." His meaningful glance encompassed both women, referencing their night together with subtle appreciation. Akeno's responding smile held both playfulness and genuine concern. Those negotiations had significantly different objectives. Remember, these exorcists aren't interested in your charming company, only their mission." "A pity for them," Naruto replied with mock seriousness. "But all managed to be persuasive regardless." With that exchange lightening the tension, they separated to their assigned positions. Naruto and Kiba moved swiftly through Kuo's western outskirts, traveling by rooftop and tree line to avoid notice by Kokabiel's observers. The morning had fully blossomed into day, sunlight bathing the city in deceptively peaceful illumination that belied the supernatural tensions building beneath the surface. They located the church representatives in a wooded area just beyond the city's formal boundary, 2 figures moving with the practiced stealth of professional operatives, their holy sword signatures muted but detectable to enhanced devil senses. 2 females, Kiba observed from their concealed position. One with blue hair, one with chestnut. Both carrying concealed Excalibur fragments, though the energy signatures are suppressed somehow. Naruto nodded, assessing not just their physical appearance but the energy patterns surrounding them. The blue-haired one wields Excalibur Destruction. The other, Excalibur Mimic, I believe. Both formidable weapons in trained hands. How do you want to approach? Kiba asked, his voice tightly controlled as he gazed upon the holy swords that represented Bo. His traumatic past and personal vendetta. Directly but carefully, Naruto decided. No sudden movements or power displays. We need them to recognize we're not threats before their combat training takes over. They descended from their observation point with deliberate noise, not enough to seem threatening but sufficient to avoid startling the exorcists with a silent approach. Despite this precaution, both church operatives reacted with lightning reflexes, spinning to face the potential threat with weapons materializing in their hands. The blue-haired exorcist held a massive sword that hummed with destructive holy energy, while her companion wielded what appeared to be a thin ribbon that could presumably transform into various weapons as needed. Excalibur mimics distinctive ability. Devils, the blue-haired woman stated coldly, her expression hardening as she adopted a combat stance. State your business before I remove your heads. Zenobia. Wait, her companion urged, studying Naruto and Kiba with wary curiosity rather than immediate hostility. They're approaching openly, not attacking. A diplomatic approach, Naruto confirmed, keeping his hands visible and his power carefully contained. We come with information about Kokabiel's true objectives regarding the Excalibur fragments. The exorcist named Zenobia narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Devils concerned about holy swords. Unlikely. Devils concerned about fallen angels using holy swords to create abominations that threaten all three factions, Naruto corrected. A distinction worth considering before you reject potential allies. The chestnut-haired exorcist, presumably Shido Irina based on Tasaka's information, stepped forward slightly. You sent the warning through Tasaka-san. About Kokabiel's trap. Yes, Naruto acknowledged. Though there's significantly more you need to know before proceeding further into Kuo territory. Zenovia's sword remained raised, her suspicion undiminished. And why would devils share intelligence with church operatives? What do you gain? Survival, Kiba interjected, his voice tight with controlled emotion. Kokabiel isn't simply collecting Excaliburs for their power. He's using them as components in forbidden biological experimentation, creating hybrid soldiers that combine fallen angel and devil essences in ways that violate all post-war treaties. Something in Kiba's intensity gave the exorcists pause. Irina studied him more carefully, recognition dawning in her eyes. You're a survivor of the Holy Sword Project, aren't you? I recognize the energy signature, it was in our briefing materials. Kiba's jaw tightened, but he nodded once, confirming her assessment. Which is why I understand better than most the dangers of Excaliburs being misused for experimentation. Kokabiel's hybrids are potentially even more devastating than what the project attempted. This revelation shifted the dynamic subtly. Zenobia lowered her sword slightly, though it remained activated. You have 2 minutes to explain before we continue our mission. Naruto outlined Kokabiel's plan with efficient precision: the soul extraction technology, the hybrid soldiers, and the Fallen Angel leader's ultimate goal of reigniting conflict between the three factions. He currently possesses 3 fragments, Naruto concluded. Adding your 4 would complete his materials list for perfecting the hybridization process. The resulting creations would threaten not just devils but heaven as well. The exorcists exchanged glances, silent communication passing between partners who trusted each other's judgment. If what you say is true, Zenobia finally responded, why not simply ambush us and take our fragments? You knew our location before we detected you. Because Kokabiel is the greater threat to everyone, Naruto explained, and because your mission aligns with our interests, retrieving the stolen fragments and preventing their misuse. Irina seemed more receptive, lowering her weapon to a less aggressive position. The church received partial intelligence about hybrid creatures, but nothing about soul extraction technology or Excaliburs being used as components. Your information is incomplete by design, Naruto suggested. Kokabiel wants you to believe this is a simple retrieval mission because it suits his purpose to have you bring the remaining fragments directly to him. Zenovia's expression remained skeptical. And your alternative suggestion would be what, exactly? Abandoning our mission, returning to headquarters for further instructions, working together to retrieve the stolen fragments while preventing Kokabiel from acquiring yours, Naruto countered. A temporary alliance against a common enemy. Devils and exorcists working together, Zenobia repeated incredulously. The church would never sanction such cooperation. The church sent you to retrieve stolen holy relics, not to die unnecessarily in a trap, Kiba pointed out. Tactical flexibility serves your mission objectives better than rigid doctrine in this scenario. Irina nodded slowly, thoughtful consideration replacing initial wariness. He has a point, Xenovia. Our primary objective is recovering the stolen fragments. If Kokabiel truly has the capabilities they're describing, we might need situational allies. After further discussion and verification of certain details that only legitimate church operatives would know, a tentative agreement was reached. The exorcists would accompany Naruto and Kiba to a secure location where complete intelligence could be shared, including Sona's surveillance data on fallen angel positions throughout Kuo. As they moved through the forested outskirts, maintaining vigilance against potential watchers, Irina fell into step beside Naruto. Curiosity evident in her expression. "You're not an ordinary devil," she observed quietly. "Your energy signature is different, older, more concentrated. A pure-blood noble, presumably." "Something like that," Naruto acknowledged with diplomatic vagueness. Revealing his full identity as Lucifer's son would likely shatter their fragile cooperation before it had properly formed. "And your interest in preventing Kokabiel from acquiring Excaliburs is purely about these hybrid creatures?" She pressed, her training as an interrogator showing through seemingly casual conversation. Naruto met her probing gaze directly. "My interest is in maintaining the balance between factions that prevents another catastrophic war. Kokabiel explicitly seeks to destroy that balance. Our motivations may differ, but our immediate objective aligns perfectly." This straightforward answer seemed to satisfy her more than any elaborate justification would have. Irina nodded thoughtfully before glancing toward Kiba, who walked slightly ahead with Xenovia. "He has personal reasons for involvement," she noted. "The Holy Sword Project left few survivors, and those who escaped carry deep scars, both physical and psychological. His history provides motivation rather than distraction," Naruto replied carefully. "But yes, this mission carries personal significance beyond tactical objectives." Their conversation was interrupted as they reached the meeting point, a small clearing where Rias and Akeno awaited, maintaining a communication circle that pulsed softly with magical energy. The exorcists tensed immediately upon seeing additional devils, hands moving instinctively toward their weapons. "The Grimoire heiress," Xenovia identified, her voice cooling significantly. "Your territory harbors this fallen angel threat." Uninvited and actively opposed, Rias responded with admirable diplomatic restraint. "Kokabiel infiltrated our territory specifically because it provides access to both human and supernatural resources while maintaining proximity to important church facilities in Japan. A strategic location for someone planning to reignite cross-faction conflict," Naruto added, moving to stand beside Rias in a subtly supportive position. The tension between the two groups remained palpable as they exchanged information and developed a coordinated approach. Sona's surveillance data proved particularly valuable, revealing patterns in Kokabiel's security network that suggested the location of his primary base, the abandoned cathedral complex where Naruto had confronted him previously. "He's expecting us to approach directly," Xenovia concluded, studying the tactical display. "A frontal assault matching church protocol for relic retrieval missions. Which means we need a different approach entirely," Irina agreed, her tactical thinking impressively flexible for a church operative. Naruto observed this exchange with growing appreciation for the exorcists' professionalism. Despite doctrinal barriers and natural suspicion toward devils, they prioritized mission success over ideological rigidity, a rare quality among religious operatives in his experience. "I propose a diversionary approach," he suggested, outlining a plan that would utilize both devil and exorcist strengths while minimizing the risk to the Excalibur fragments. "Kokabiel expects the church representatives to approach his stronghold directly. Instead, we create a convincing distraction to draw his forces away from the central cathedral while a smaller team infiltrates to locate the stolen fragments." "And who would compose this infiltration team?" Xenovia asked skeptically. "Mixed expertise," Naruto replied. "One exorcist with holy sword tracking capabilities, one devil with stealth specialization, and myself for power backup if needed. While the rest create the diversion," Akeno concluded, following his strategy. Drawing Kokabiel's attention with a convincing threat display. "The planning continue." With increasing cooperation as mutual respect gradually replaced initial suspicion. By mid-afternoon, they had developed a comprehensive approach that leveraged each group's strengths while protecting the Excalibur fragments from potential capture. As they prepared for the evening operation, Irina approached Naruto with one final question. "There's something you haven't shared," she observed perceptively. "Something about Kokabiel's capabilities or objectives that you're keeping in reserve. For someone encouraging complete transparency between temporary allies, it's an interesting choice." Naruto studied her thoughtfully, recognizing intelligence that transcended her religious training. "There are aspects of the situation with diplomatic complications. Information that might unnecessarily strain our functional cooperation if shared prematurely. About your identity, perhaps," she suggested with surprising insight. "We exorcists are trained to recognize energy signatures. Yours is historically significant." Rather than deny or confirm, Naruto simply replied, "Would knowing more details about my lineage change the tactical reality we face? Or would it simply introduce complications to an already complex situation?" Quote, Irina considered this before nodding slightly. "Pragmatic approach. But after this mission concludes, I suspect some of those diplomatic complications will require addressing. One crisis at a time," Naruto agreed with a slight smile that acknowledged her perceptiveness without confirming her suspicions. As twilight approached, bringing the hour of their operation closer, Naruto found himself appreciating the unexpected allies circumstances had provided. Whether the fragile cooperation between devils and exorcists would survive the coming confrontation remained uncertain. But the willingness to temporarily set aside ancient enmities in the face of a greater threat offered hope for the future regardless of Kokabiel's immediate plans. The final preparations were made as darkness fell over Kuo, the participants in their improvised alliance moving into position for the most dangerous confrontation yet. Naruto maintained his composed exterior, but internally he recognized the escalating stakes. Tonight would determine not just the fate of Excalibur fragments but potentially the balance between supernatural factions for decades to come. And beneath these global concerns, more personal motivation strengthened his resolve, protecting the territory now linked to Rias and Akeno, honoring the trust placed in him by unexpected allies, and preventing Kokabiel from corrupting divine power for abominable purposes. As he took his position for the operation's commencement, golden energy with crimson edges flickered briefly around his form. Power he held in careful restraint but ready to be unleashed when the moment required it. The hunt for Excalibur had begun. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3. Prince of Darkness. Twilight settled over Kuo like a velvet shroud, streetlights creating islands of illumination in the growing darkness. From his vantage point atop an office building overlooking the abandoned cathedral complex, Naruto observed the final elements of their plan falling into place. Rias and most of her peerage had positioned themselves northeast of the target, while Sona's group maintained a perimeter to prevent civilian interference. The exorcist Xenovia waited with Akeno at the southern approach, ready to create the primary diversion. Beside him crouched Irina, her Excalibur mimic transformed into a thin wire wrapped around her forearm, ready to change forms instantly if needed. Despite her church training, she had adapted to their alliance with impressive flexibility, setting aside doctrinal caution in favor of practical cooperation. Kokabiel has concentrated his forces within the cathedral itself, Naruto observed, his enhanced senses detecting the energy signatures below. At least 15 fallen angels of varying ranks, plus something else, hybrid signatures. Similar to Lilith but less developed. How many of these hybrids? Irina asked, her expression serious as she adjusted the light exorcist battle gear she wore. 4, possibly 5, Naruto replied. Plus Lilith herself, though her signature is partially masked likely by whatever containment system supports her stable form. Their infiltration team was completed by Kiba, who stood slightly apart. His expression tight with controlled emotion. The proximity to multiple Excalibur fragments clearly affected him, memories of the Holy Sword project hovering at the edges of his consciousness. Remember, Naruto addressed them both, our objective is locating and securing the stolen fragments, not direct confrontation with Kokabiel. The diversion should draw most of his forces away, giving us approximately 20 minutes to complete extraction. The communication circle at his wrist pulsed softly, Rias's voice emerging in a whispered tone, all teams in position. Awaiting your signal. Acknowledged, Naruto replied. Commence diversion on my mark. He met the eyes of his companions, receiving confirming nods from both. Mark. Almost immediately, night erupted with chaos as Rias's team launched a frontal assault against the northern perimeter of the cathedral grounds. Crimson destruction energy illuminated the darkness, accompanied by light. Ning strikes from Akeno that targeted the outer defensive barriers with devastating precision. The effect was immediate and dramatic. Fallen angel signatures began moving rapidly within the cathedral, converging toward the northern threat as alarm spells activated throughout the complex. From their vantage point, they could see black-winged figures emerging from various entrances, light spears Ming in their hands as they moved to counter the attack. Now, Naruto instructed, leading their team swiftly down the building's side, using shadows and suppressed energy signatures to avoid detectio. As they approached the cathedral's southern exposure, a secondary entrance, a small door half hidden behind overgrown vegetation, provided their access point. Hiba moved forward, examining the lock mechanism with experienced precision. Warded against devil energy, he reported, tracing the intricate patterns without touching them directly. Irina stepped forward, but not against holy energy. She placed her palm against the lock, channeling a controlled pulse of her Excalibur's power. The wards flickered briefly before dissolving, the lock mechanism clicking open with surprising ease. Kokabiel didn't anticipate cooperation between our factions, Naruto observed with grim satisfaction. An oversight we'll continue to exploit. They entered a narrow corridor illuminated only by faint emergency lighting, the distant sounds of battle providing auditory cover for their movement. Naruto led with senses extended, mapping the complex's interior through energy signatures rather than visual confirmation. The fragments would be kept somewhere heavily warded, Irina whispered. Probably centralized for easier monitoring. Below us, Naruto confirmed, sensing the distinctive holy energy emanating from beneath the cathedral's main floor. There's a subterranean level with concentrated power signatures, both the Excaliburs and something else. They located a service stairwell leading downward, descending in tight formation with Naruto at point, Irina covering their rear. The temperature dropped noticeably as they reached the lower level, a subtle energetic hum permeating the air, the resonance of powerful artifacts in close proximity. The subterranean chamber they entered had been transformed from whatever original purpose it once served into a sophisticated magical laboratory. Arcane equipment lined the walls, monitoring devices displaying complex energy patterns across glowing screens. At the center stood a circular containment field within which three distinct objects hovered. In suspended animation, the stolen Excalibur fragments, each pulsing with holy energy. Excalibur rapidly, transparency, and nightmare, Irina identified, moving closer to the containment field with reverent recognition. All intact, though their energy signatures have been partially corrupted. Hiba's expression darkened as he gazed upon the holy swords that represented both his past trauma and current vendetta. They've been altered somehow. The energy pattern is different from traditional Excaliburs. Preliminary modification, Naruto concluded, examining the surrounding equipment with analytical precision. Kokabiel has been preparing them for integration with his hybrid program. But the Excaliburs weren't the only concerning discovery. Against the far wall stood 7 cylindrical tanks filled with glowing purple liquid, each containing a humanoid figure in various stages of transformation. Some appeared nearly human with minimal modifications, while others showed advanced hybridization: partial wings, scaled skin, altered facial features. More hybrids, Hiba observed grimly. His army in development. Not just any hybrids, Naruto corrected, moving closer to examine the specimens. These contain a different energy signature, angel essence rather than fallen or devil. He's creating a third variant. Irina's eyes widened in shock and revulsion. Using angels. That's Chi's blasphemy beyond even fallen angel standards. Not living angels, Naruto clarified, studying the energy patterns within the tanks. Extracted essence from something else. His expression hardened as understanding dawned. The soul extraction technology. He's deriving angelic components from human souls with natural holy affinities. The implications were staggering, not simply creating biological weapons but systematically harvesting human spiritual essence to extract components with specific supernatural properties. Kokabiel's plan was more sophisticated and ethically abhorrent than even their worst assumptions. We need to secure the Excaliburs and destroy this facility, Irina decided, her church training temporarily overshadowed by basic moral outrage. These abominations cannot be allowed to develop further. Agreed, Naruto replied, already examining the containment field surrounding the Excalibur fragments. But extraction requires precision. The field appears designed to trigger destructive protocols if tampered with incorrectly. As they worked to decipher the containment mechanisms, their communication circle pulsed with urgent energy. Akeno's voice emerged, tensy, evident in her tone. Primary diversion encountering heavy resistance. Kokabiel has deployed hybrid soldiers, at least 3 combatant class entities with mixed energy signatures. Maintaining engagement but timeframe reduced. Understood, Naruto responded. Proceed with withdrawal protocol if necessary. We've located the fragments but extraction requires additional time. Turning to his companions, he made a rapid tactical adjustment. Kiba, you and Irina focus on securing the Excaliburs. I'll deal with the hybridization equipment and specimens. Without waiting for acknowledgement, Naruto moved toward the laboratory's central control console, golden energy gathering around his hands as he systematically analyzed then disrupted the facility's power systems. The purple liquid in the specimen tanks began draining as emergency protocols activated, containment fields flickering as backup power engaged. Meanwhile, Irina and Kiba worked in surprising harmony on the Excalibur containment field. Her holy energy expertise complementing his understanding of magical barriers. Where church doctrine would have predicted impossible cooperation, necessity forged effective partnership. Almost there, Irina reported. Manipulating the containment field's holy energy components while Kiba neutralized the demonic counterbalance elements. The field is weakening at consistent intervals. There's a pattern we can exploit. Their progress was interrupted by a sudden shift in the ambient energy, a heavy presence descending from the cathedral above, moving purposefully toward their location. Kokabiel, Naruto identified, his expression hardening. He's detected our presence despite the diversion. How much time? Kiba asked urgently, hands still working the containment field's weakening structure. Minutes at most, Naruto replied, completing his sabotage of the hybridization equipment with a final surge of disruptive energy that caused the remaining specimens to dissolve into inert biological components. Continue extraction. I'll intercept him. Alone? Irina questioned, concern temporarily overriding factional differences. Naruto's smile held dangerous confidence. I've faced worse odds. He moved toward the chamber entrance, power gathering around him in visible waves as he released more of his carefully controlled reserves. The diplomatic restraint that had characterized Hi's previous encounters with Kokabiel was no longer necessary, not after witnessing the full scope of the fallen angel's abominations. In the corridor outside, shadows coalesced as Kokabiel descended the stairwell. 5 pairs of black wings folded against his back to accommodate the confined space. His aristocratic features displayed mild irritation rather than surprise at finding intruders in his secret facility. Prince of Devils, he acknowledged with mocking formality. And here I thought you'd join the more dramatic confrontation above ground. Always the strategist, focusing on the true objective rather than the obvious distraction. Your experiments end tonight, Kokabiel, Naruto stated, golden crimson energy forming a barrier behind him to protect his companions as they worked. The Excaliburs return to their rightful guardians, and your hybrid program dies with this facility. Kokabiel's laughter echoed in the narrow corridor, genuine amusement in his ancient eyes. You believed destroying a few prototypes and reclaiming these particular fragments changes anything. This facility is merely one of several. The hybridization process has already been perfected. He spread his hands in a gesture of false openness. Besides, your little coalition of devils and exorcists faces a more immediate concern above ground. Lilith has engaged your companions directly, along with 3 added Ional Ascended of nearly comparable capability. How long do you think they'll survive without your intervention? As if to confirm his taunt, their communication circle pulsed with Rias's voice, tight. With controlled urgency. Multiple hybrid combatants engaging our position. Casualties reported among Sona's peerage. Advanced hybrid entity with combined wing structure has breached our defensive formation. Requesting immediate support. Kokabiel's smile widened at the visible conflict in Naruto's expression. A classic dilemma. Secure the objective or save your companions. The logical choice is completing your mission here. But those newfound emotions of yours pull you elsewhere, don't they? Rather than respond directly to the taunt, Naruto addressed his companions without turning. Status on extraction. Field destabilized. Hiba reported. 60 seconds to complete collapse and fragment retrieval. Proceed, Naruto instructed. Then get to the surface immediately. Reinforce Rias's position and begin withdrawal toward the secondary defensive line. He refocused on Kokabiel, his expression hardening into something ancient and terrible. You miscalculated, cadre of stars. You eschew. I would be forced to choose between objectives. Golden crimson energy surged around him in waves of increasing intensity, the confined space of the corridor barely containing the power now being unleashed. But who said I needed to make that choice? Some threats simply need to be removed from the equation entirely. Kokabiel's confident expression faltered slightly as he recognized the fundamental shift in Naruto's demeanor. The careful restraint that had characterized their previous encounter had been abandoned, revealing something far more primal beneath. Impressive power display, the fallen angel leader commented, his own energy rising in response, dark wings extending to their full impressive span despite the confined space. But we've already established that raw strength isn't the determining factor in our conflict. Strategy and preparation decide the outcome. Indeed, Naruto agreed, the golden crimson energy around him coalescing into a more focused form. And my preparation includes understanding exactly how your hybrid integration process works, the vulnerabilities in its fundamental structure that I identified during my encounter with Lilith. Before Kokabiel could respond, Naruto struck not with physical force but with a precisely calibrated energy pulse that bypassed conventional defenses to interact directly with the fallen angel's own energy signature. The attack targeted specific frequencies, disrupting the familiar patterns of fallen angel power with surgical precision. Kokabiel staggered backward, genuine surprise replacing his habitual arrogance, as internal energies fluctuated unpredictably. What did you? Energy pattern disruption, Naruto explained calmly, advancing as Kokabiel retreated. The same principles you use to synchronize differ. Essences in your hybrids can be reversed, creating disharmony rather than integration. Another targeted pulse struck Kokabiel before he could stabilize, causing his wings to flicker with inconsistent manifestation. The fallen angel leader snarled, abandoning subtlety for direct combat as he hurled a spear of concentrated light toward Naruto's chest. The attack never reached its target. Golden, crimson energy formed a barrier that didn't simply block the light spear but systematically deconstructed it, breaking the condensed holy power into harmless ambient energy. You've forgotten what it means to face an opponent of equal age and greater lineage, Naruto observed, continuing his methodical advance. Too many centuries spent intimidating lesser beings has dulled your tactical acumen. Rage replaced calculation in Kokabiel's expression as he unleashed a barrage of attacks, light spears interspersed with more complex energy constructs designed to bypass conventional defenses. Each met the same fate, systematically dismantled before reaching their target. Behind them, Irina called out in triumph, fragments secured. Containment field neutralized completely. Get to the surface, Naruto commanded without turning. Reinforce the others immediately. I'll join you shortly. Kokabiel's expression twisted with furious calculation as he recognized his deteriorating position. NK retrieving these particular fragments changes anything. The process has already been perfected. My ascended evolution proceeds with or without these specific catalysts. Then you won't mind if we return them to their rightful guardians. Naruto replied, his advance never pausing despite the fallen angel's increasingly desperate attacks. With a snarl of frustration, Kokabiel changed tactics, reading his wings to their full extension as dark energy gathered around him in swirling vortices. Enough games, Prince. If you insist on direct confrontation, let me show you why I was feared even during the height of the Great War. The power that erupted from the fallen angel leader transcended his previous displays, ancient and terrible in its concentrated malice. The very foundations of the cathedral shuddered as Kokabiel unleashed his full combat potential, darkness tinged with corrupted light forming a maelstrom around his aristocratic form. Impressive, Naruto acknowledged, momentary. Lee pausing his advance to assess this escalation. But ultimately futile. What followed was a display of power rarely witnessed in the modern era, two ancient beings unleashing combat capabilities normally kept carefully restrained. Kokabiel's attacks combined fallen angel light manipulation with corrupted variations of divine techniques, creating destructive combinations that would have annihilated lesser opponents instantly. Yet each assault met calculated counterforce, Naruto's defensive techniques seamlessly transitioning to offensive rebuttals that forced Kokabiel into increasingly reactive positions. The confined space of the underground corridor became their battleground, structural integrity failing as collateral damage mounted from their exchange. We need to take this elsewhere, Naruto decided, recognizing the danger to his allies still extracting the Excalibur fragments. With a precisely calibrated pulse of energy, he blasted through the ceiling above them, creating a direct path to the cathedral's main floor. Kokabiel seized the opportunity to retreat strategically, wings propelling him upward through the newly created opening. Naruto followed immediately, their battle resuming in the more expansive space of the cathedral's central nave. Here, among shattered pews and desecrated altars, Kokabiel gained maneuverability advantage, his flight capabilities allowing complex attack vectors that a ground-bound opponent would struggle to counter. But Naruto was far from a conventional adversary. Golden crimson energy formed platforms beneath his feet as needed, allowing him to match Kokabiel's aerial mobility with calculated precision. Their battle transformed the cathedral interior into a three-dimensional combat arena, structural elements collapsing around them. A's overwhelming power found release after centuries of careful containment. You fight impressively for a younger generation devil, Kokabiel acknowledged, maintaining altitude near the cathedral's vaulted ceiling. But experience ultimately prevails over inherited power. In response, Naruto simply smiled, a predatory expression that carried echoes of his father's legendary confidence. You assume this represents my full capability. A common mistake among those who mistake restraint for limitation. The energy surrounding him shifted, golden light with crimson edges intensifying until it formed a visible aura that distorted reality around his form. The cathedral's remaining stained glass windows shattered outward from the pressure wave, stone foundations cracking as power never meant to be contained within mortal structures pressed against physical limitations. This ends now, Naruto stated, his voice carrying harmonic resonance that hadn't been present before. With blinding speed, he closed the distance between them. Golden crimson energy coalescing around his right hand in a concentrated manifestation that transcended conventional devil techniques. Kokabiel responded with desperate intensity, creating a multi-layered barrier of corrupted light reinforced with elements derived from his hybrid research. The defensive construction was masterful, combining principles from all three factions into a synchronized protection that should have repelled any conventional attack. Naruto's strike shattered it completely. Golden crimson energy pierced through each layer with methodical precision. Systematic deconstruction rather than brute force, dismantling the complex barrier before continuing toward its creator. Kokabiel barely managed to avoid direct impact, the attack grazing his left side and wing junction instead of striking center mass. Even that glancing contact proved devastating. Where the energy touched, Kokabiel's physical form began breaking down at a fundamental level. Not mere injury but systematic unraveling of the complex patterns that maintained cohesion between physical manifestation and spiritual essence. What is this? The fallen angel leader demanded, Nuine fear breaking through his aristocratic facade as he clutched his disintegrating side. No devil power functions this way. Not devil power alone, Naruto corrected, advancing methodically as Kokabiel retreated. But something older power inherited directly from the original Morningstar, refined through centuries of study and integration. Understanding dawned in Kokabiel's ancient eyes. Creation energy. You've somehow maintained access to the primordial force from before the Great War. My father ensured his legacy would include more than merely political power, Naruto confirmed. So, inheritances transcend conventional bloodline traits. Before he could press his advantage further, the cathedral shuddered violently as an external impact struck the southern wall. The structure, already compromised by their battle, began collapsing inward as something massive forced entry through the weakened stone. Through the newly created breach stepped Lilith, her perfect hybrid form now enhanced with additional modifications, ceremonial armor integrating fallen angel iconography with devil runes covered vital areas, while her 12 wings extended in a display of synchronized power. At illuminated the cathedral interior with purple-tinged light. Kokabiel-sama, she acknowledged, her dual-toned voice eerily beautiful despite the destruction surrounding her. The devil exorcist Coalition has retreated to their secondary position. 3 casualties confirmed among their ranks, none fatal. Her attention shifted to Naruto, recognition and anticipation evident in her inhuman eyes. The Prince of Devils, unleashed at last. I sensed your power signature changing from across the battlefield. Lilith, Kokabiel commanded, his voice strained as he continued containing the disintegration spreading from his wounded side. Secure our departure. The facility is compromised, and the Excalibur's lost. Strategic withdrawal is necessary. Naruto assessed the new threat with calculating precision. Lilith's energy signature had evolved since their previous encounter, her hybrid form displaying increased stability and combat potential. Dividing his attention between 2 high-level opponents while protecting retreating allies created significant tactical complications. Your mistaken assumption, Kokabiel, he stated calmly, is believing withdrawal remains an option after what I've witnessed in your facility. Without warning, he launched a 2-pronged attack, golden crimson energy splitting into separate manifestations targeting both opponents simultaneously. Kokabiel barely acted a hasty barrier that partially deflected the assault, while Lilith demonstrated surprising adaptability, countering with her own energy projection that met Naruto's attack in midair. The result, collision sent shockwaves throughout the remaining cathedral structure, support columns crumbling as the roof began collapsing inward. Naruto maintained his position at the center of the destruction, power flowing outward in controlled waves that systematically dismantled incoming debris before it could reach him. Impressive coordination, he acknowledged, studying how Lilith positioned hers. LF to cover Kokabiel's retreat toward a teleportation circle forming near the ruined altar. But ultimately futile, with methodical precision, he prepared to unleash a more devastating attack. He would neutralize both opponents before they could escape. Golden crimson energy gathered between his hands, condensing into a sphere of pure destructive potential that distorted the very light around it. But before he could release it, his communication circle pulsed with desperate urgency. Rias's voice emerged, pain evident in her strained tone. Naruto. Akeno is down. Critical condition. Hybrid neutralized, but we need you. Immediately. The message created the split-second distraction Kokabiel had been waiting for. The fallen angel leader hurled something toward Naruto, not an attack a small crystal identical to the one he'd used during their previous confrontation. Until our next encounter, Prince, Kokabiel called as the crystal shattered against the floor, releasing compraise. Said dimensional energy that immediately began collapsing inward. Recognizing the same implosion technique from before, Naruto was forced to redirect his gathered power to contain the dimensional cola. A catastrophic event that would destroy several city blocks if released unchecked. This necessary intervention allowed Kokabiel and Lilith to reach the teleportation circle, disappearing in a Florida's of purple light moments before the cathedral's remaining structure completely failed. With precise control, Naruto systematically neutralized the dimensional implosion, converting its destructive potential into harmless ambient energy that dissipated throughout the area. By the time he completed this delicate operation, nothing remained of the cathedral but scattered ruins, its underground fossil. It is buried beneath tons of collapsed stone. Without pausing to survey the destruction, Naruto activated his own teleportation, focusing on Rias's energy signature to guide his translocation. The tactical situation had evolved beyond pursuit of Kokabiel, Akeno's condition taking immediate priority over all other considerations. He materialized at the secondary defensive position and abandoned Indus Trial Complex several kilometers from the cathedral where their forces had established a fallback point. The scene that greeted him conveyed the battle's intensity, injured devils receiving emergency treatment, exorcists maintaining wary perimeter watch, equipment hastily deployed for field operations. Rias knelt beside Akeno's unconscious form, crimson power flowing from her hands in a desperate attempt to stabilize her queen's condition. Even from a distance, Naruto could assess the severity. Akeno's normally vibrant energy signature fluctuated erratically, portions of her spiritual essence contaminated with the same purple corruption he'd encountered previously. What happened? He demanded, kneeling opposite Rias as he examined Akeno's injuries with both physical and spiritual senses. "Lilith," Rias explained, exhaustion and worry evident in her voice. She targeted Akeno specifically, almost as if she recognized something in her dual heritage. The attack wasn't just physical but energetic, corrupting her internal power structure. Hybrid contamination, Naruto identified, golden energy already gathering around his hands as he placed them gently on Akeno's chest and forehead. Similar to what affected Kaneko, but far more targeted and concentrated. He closed his eyes, extending his senses into Akeno's spiritual core, mapping the contamination spread and interaction with her unique energy signature. The corruption had specifically targeted the junction points where her devil and fallen angel heritages intersected, the same vulnerable areas Kokabiel's hybrids exploited for integration. Clever, Naruto acknowledged grimly. The attack was designed to force her dual natures into conflict, creating internal disharmony that would eventually lead to energetic collapse. "Can you heal her?" Rias asked, fear transparent beneath her composed exterior. Instead of answering directly, Naruto began a more sophisticated intervention than his previous healing efforts. Golden energy with crimson edges flowed from his hands into Akeno's body, not simply purging the corruption but systematically harmonizing the affected areas, creating sustainable integration patterns between her conflicting heritages. "This goes beyond merely removing the contamination," he explained as he worked. Lilith's attack exposed structural vulnerabilities in Akeno's dual nature points where our devil and fallen angel essences maintain separation rather than integration. "I'm restructuring these junction points to prevent similar attacks in the future." As he continued this delicate procedure, Irina approached cautiously. The secured Excalibur fragments contained within a portable sealing case of church design. Despite the successful retrieval, her expression remained troubled. The hybrids were more advanced than anticipated. She reported quietly. Conventional holy weapons barely affected them. Only Xenovia's Excalibur destruction could create lasting damage, and even then, their regenerative capabilities were extraordinary. Kokabiel called them ascended, Rias added. They fought with coordinated precision rather than berserker aggression, tactical intelligence combined with overwhelming power. Naruto nodded without interrupting his healing procedure, processing this information alongside his own observations. Their evolution accelerates with each iteration. Kokabiel has refined the integration process beyond what should be possible with current technology. A soft gasp from beneath his hands interrupted further discussion as Akeno's eyes fluttered open, focusing gradually as consciousness returned. "Naruto," she whispered, confusion giving way to recognition. "Rest," he instructed gently. "Your energy pathways are stabilizing, but complete recovery requires time." Relief softened Rias's expression as she grasped Akeno's hand. "You scared us. When Lilith targeted you specifically." She knew, Akeno murmured, struggling to organize her thoughts. "Somehow, she recognized my dual heritage immediately. Said something about primitive separation before attacking." This confirmation aligned with Naruto's analysis. Lilith had deliberately targeted Akeno for her unique energy composition. Perhaps as a combat test or data collection opportunity. The hybrid's interest in natural dual heritage carried concerning implications for Kokabiel's ongoing research. As Akeno stabilized, Naruto completed the healing procedure before turning his attention to their overall tactical situation. The combined Devil Exorcist force had weathered significant combat but achieved their primary objective, recovering all 3 stolen Excalibur fragments while disrupting Kokabiel's research facility. Yet the fallen angel leader had escaped with his primary hybrid asset and, presumably, the core research data that made his program possible. A partial victory at best, with the larger threat merely displaced rather than neutralized. Sona approached their position, her normally immaculate appearance showing evidence of intense combat. "My peerage has secured the perimeter and implemented memory modification for any civilians who witnessed unusual phenomena. Medical teams are en route from the Citri estate for the more seriously injured." "Casualties?" Naruto inquired, his expression grave. 3 members of my peerage suffered significant injuries requiring extended recovery," Sona reported clinically, though concern showed through her composed exterior. 2 from Rias's group similarly affected. "No fatalities, though without your enhancement of our defensive barriers beforehand, the outcome would have been considerably worse." Naruto nodded acknowledgement before addressing the group's leadership collectively. The immediate threat has been contained, Bu. Kokabiel remains at large with his primary hybrid acid and research capabilities. His escape was tactical rather than desperate. He'll regroup and adapt his approach based on tonight's outcome. Church representatives should depart with the retrieved fragments immediately, Rias suggested, looking toward where Zenobia and Irina stood with their secured case. Removing the Excaliburs from Kuo eliminates Kokabiel's primary target, potentially encouraging him to seek resources elsewhere. Zenobia stepped forward, her expression professionally neutral despite the unusual alliance they'd formed. We appreciate the tactical cooperation that made retrieval possible. Our mission parameters have been fulfilled, and we'll depart as scheduled. With one modification, Irina added, glancing toward the secure case. The fragments have been partially corrupted by Kokabiel's experiments. They require purification at a primary church facility before being returned to active service. Naruto studied the exorcists thoughtfully, recognizing the diplomatic complexities beneath their professional demeanor. Your assistance proved invaluable tonight. I trust your official report will reflect mutual benefits of our temporary cooperation. Our report will be factually accurate, Zenobia replied carefully, neither confirming nor denying how the church might interpret those facts. Though some details regarding our unorthodox allies might be presented with appropriate context, the diplomatic ambiguity wasn't lost on anyone present. The exorcists would frame the alliance in terms the IR superiors could accept while maintaining technically accurate reporting. A reasonable compromise given the circumstances. As medical teams arrived and recovery operations progressed, Naruto found himself approached by both Rias and Irina, simultaneously representatives of devil and church interests respectively, each with remaining questions as their temporary alliance concluded. A moment of your time before we depart, Irina requested, her formal tone masking what appeared to be genuine curiosity. There are aspects of tonight's events that require clarification for our official documentation. Recognizing the diplomatic phrasing for what it was a final attempt to confirm his true identity, Naruto nodded agreement. Of course, though I should warn you that some answers might complicate, rather than simplify your reporting requirements. They moved slightly apart from the main recovery operations, finding privacy among equipment crates where their conversation wouldn't be overheard by operational personnel. Rias accompanied them, her presence both protective and proprietary, a subtle statement about her relationship with Naruto that hadn't escaped Irina's notice. You're him, aren't you? The exorcist asked directly once they had privacy. Lucifer's actual son, not merely a devil of his bloodline. The one mentioned in church historical documentation regarding the Lilith Accords. Rather than deny or confirm immediately, Naruto studied her with analytical interest. Would confirmation change the tactical reality of what transpired tonight, or simply introduce complications to an already complex situation? The church maintains special protocols regarding entities of your historical significance, Irina explained carefully. Different reporting requirements, different strategic considerations, different threat assessments, Rias interpreted more bluntly. Irina didn't deny this characterization. Your power signature during combat with Kokabiel and after it matches historical records precisely. The energy composition, the manifestation patterns, these aren't replicable traits. After considering the potential consequences, Naruto decided direct confirmation served their long-term interests better than continued ambiguity. Yes, I am Naruto Morningstar, son of the original Lucifer. Though in modern diplomatic contexts, lineage matters less than demonstrated intentions and actions. Rather than fear or hostility, Irina's expression reflected professional assessment tinged with reluctant respect. Your intervention against Kokabiel potentially prevent catastrophic escalation between factions. That fact will be included prominently in my report, alongside observations about cooperative potential even among historical adversaries. This diplomatic approach, acknowledging his identity while emphasizing positive outcomes, represented a surprisingly progressive perspective from a church operative. Perhaps younger generation representatives from all three factions were gradually moving beyond ancient enmities toward more practical cooperation. The church teaches that Lucifer's bloodline carries inherent corruption and malicious intent, Irina continued with unexpected candor. Yet your actions tonight served preservation rather than destruction. It's thought-provoking. Dogma rarely captures full reality, Naruto replied diplomatically. Just as Devil Society maintains oversimplified narratives about church motivations. This philosophical exchange was interrupted as Zenobia approached, her expression indicating their departure timeline had accelerated. Irina, secure transport has arrived. We need to move the fragments immediately. With a respectful nod to both Naruto and Rias, Irina rejoined her partner, the two exorcists Deppa. RTING with their precious cargo and first-hand experience of cooperation that contradicted centuries of doctrinal certainty. As they watched the church representatives leave, Rias turned to Naruto with renewed concern. Kokabiel escaped with his primary research intact. What's his next move? Adaptation, Naruto replied grimly. Tonight's encounter provided him with combat data against Unleashed D. Evil nobility and Excalibur-wielding exorcists valuable information for refining his hybrid program further. And Lilith's specific targeting of Akeno suggests particular interest in natural dual heritage, Rias added. Her analytical mind following the same path his had traveled. He's studying integration patterns for some larger purpose. Before they could explore this troubling line of thought further, Sona approached with urgent news. A communication circle from Searsx-sama has activated. He requests immediate conference with both of you and, specifically mentioned Naruto's, unrestrained CTED combat form, being detected by underworld monitoring systems. The implications were clear. Naruto's unleashed power during his confrontation with Kokabiel had registered on supernatural monitoring networks, confirming his direct lineage to the original Lucifer. Such power signatures couldn't be concealed once fully manifested, creating diplomatic and political complications they'd previously avoided through careful restraint. The diplomatic landscape evolves, Naruto observed with philosophical acceptance. Tonight's events force multiple factions to acknowledge realities they've previously ignored or denied. In the communication chamber established within their temporary command center, Searsx's image materialized above an ornate magic circle. The crimson-haired Mao's expression unusually serious as he surveyed them. Report confirmed, he stated without preamble. The Excalibur fragments have been secured and are en route to church custody. Kokabiel's primary research facility destroyed, though the fallen angel himself escaped with key assets. His gaze focused on Naruto with particular intensity. More significantly, your power signature during combat registered across all major underworld monitoring systems. The Mao Council has convened an emergency session to discuss implications. Inevitable, given the circumstances, Naruto replied evenly. Kokabiel's hybrid Wa-S specifically engineered to counter conventional devil combat techniques. Neutralizing the dimensional collapse weapon he deployed required unrestricted energy manipulation. Searsx nodded, understanding but concerned. The political implications extend beyond tactical necessity. Your public identity has been carefully managed for centuries, presenting you as a high-ranking member of the Lucifer bloodline rather than my father's direct heir. That diplomatic fiction is no longer sustainable. Does this change our approach to Kokabiel? Rias asked, ever focused on the immediate threat. Significantly, Searsx confirmed. The Mao Council has elevated this from territorial dispute to direct threat against devil aristocracy. Kokabiel targeting the son of Lucifer represents a potential act of war against our entire faction. An escalation Kokabiel likely anticipated, Naruto observed thoughtfully. Perhaps even deliberately provoked by forcing me to unleash sufficient power for detection. A concerning possibility, Searsx agreed, which is why I'm deploying additional forces to Kuo immediately. Graphia will arrive within the hour with an elite security detail. The territory surrounding the academy will be designated a high-security zone until Kokabiel is neutralized. As they discussed containment strategies and reinforcement protocols, Naruto maintained his composed exte rear while internally processing the broader implications. His carefully maintained low profile had served specific diplomatic purposes for centuries, allowing him freedom of movement without triggering ancient fears associated with his father's legacy. That protection had now dissolved, potentially limiting his operational flexibility just when it was most needed. After finalizing immediate security arrangements with Searsx, Naruto and Rias returned to the recovery operations where Akeno had been stabilized enough for transport to the Grimoria Estate's medical facilities. As they prepared for departure, Sona approached with one final report. Preliminary analysis of salvaged data from Kokabiel's facility suggests his research extends beyond merely creating combat hybrids, she informed them. Adjusting her glasses with characteristic precision. References to something called Final Ascension appear repeatedly in fragmentary documentation, though specific details remain encrypted. Another phase of his hybrid program. Naruto concluded grimly, likely using the Excalibur fragments as catalysts for more perfect integration between conflicting supernatural essences. Without the fragments, his timetable must adapt, Rias observed, or accelerate toward an alternative approach, Naruto countered. Kokabiel strikes me as someone with multiple contingency plans. The Excaliburs represented one path to his objective, but I doubt they were the only option. This sobering assessment accompanied them as they returned to the Grimoire estate, Akeno transported via specialized magic circle designed for medical evacuation. The Knights' victories securing the Excalibur fragments, destroying Kokabiel's primary research facility felt hollow against the knowledge that their adversary remained at large with his most dangerous creations and research intact. Within the estate's secure medical wing, Naruto completed additional healing procedures for Akeno, stabilizing the reconfigured energy pathways he'd established during emergency treatment. As her condition improved from critical to stable, her natural resilience and power began asserting control over recovery processes. The modifications I've implemented should prevent similar attacks in the future, he explained to Rias as they observed Akeno's sleeping form. Rather than maintaining separation between her devil and fallen angel heritages, I've established integration patterns that allow synchronized function without conflict. You've essentially done what Kokabiel attempts with his hybrids, Rias observed with surprising insight. But through healing rather than corruption. Fundamental principles can serve either constructive or destructive purposes, Naruto acknowledged. The key difference lies in consent and natural compatibility rather than forced merger. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Grafia, materialized directly into the estate's secure area through high-level teleportation access. The silver-haired queen of Searsex maintained her usual composed demeanor, though concern showed through her professional exterior as she surveyed the medical wing with its multiple injured devils. Security perimeter established, she reported formally, approaching Naruto with a respectful bow that acknowledged his elevated status now that his identity had been publicly confirmed. Elite guard units have deployed at strategic locations throughout Kuo. Any attempt by Kokabiel to re-enter the territory will trigger immediate detection. Assuming conventional approaches, Naruto cautioned. Kokabiel has demonstrated sophisticated cloaking abilities that might bypass standard detection arrays. Grafia nodded acknowledgement before addressing the more significant diplomatic development. The Mao Council has issued formal recognition of your status as Lucifer's direct heir, with all associated protocols now in effect. Your temporary residence has been redesignated as an official diplomatic compound under direct Lucifer protection. The bureaucratic terminology masked more profound implications. Naruto's carefully maintained independence now supplanted by formal integration into devil political hierarchy. A calculated response to emerging threats, but one that potentially limited his operational flexibility. And the Grimoire territory status? Rias inquired, recognizing how these designations affected her own administrative authority. Temporarily elevated to shared jurisdiction, Grafia explained with diplomatic precision. Your administrative authority remains intact, but security protocols now fall under joint Grimoire-Lucifer command structure. Political complexity increasing alongside tactical challenges exactly as Kokabiel likely intended. By forcing Naruto to reveal his true power level, the fallen angel leader had triggered predictable bureaucratic responses that created additional complications beyond direct combat threat. There's more, Grafia continued, her tone shifting slightly. Azazel has contacted Searsex Sama directly regarding Kokabiel's activities. The Grigori leader claims no knowledge of or support for these operations and has offered direct assistance in neutralizing the rogue cadre. Convenient timing, Naruto observed skeptically. Azazel maintains the most sophisticated intelligence network among the three factions. Claiming complete ignorance of Kokabiel's extensive research program strains credibility. Perhaps, Grafia acknowledged carefully. But formal cooperation offers tactical advantages regardless of Azazel's prior knowledge. The Grigori possesses extensive files on Kokabiel's historical operations and psychological profile that could prove valuable in anticipating his next move. The strategic logic was sound, even if diplomatic suspicions remained warranted. After further discussion of security arrangements and intelligence sharing protocols, Graphia departed to oversee implementation, leaving Naruto and Rias alone with the recovering Akeno. Everything becomes more complicated, Rias observed once privacy returned. What began as territorial defense has evolved into multi-faction politics with you at the center. By design, Naruto confirmed grimly, Kokabiel understands faction politics as well as combat strategy. Forcing me to reveal my true identity achieves multiple objectives simultaneously, triggering bureaucratic responses that potentially restrict my movements while elevating the conflict beyond local territory disputes. And your status as Lucifer's direct heir carries historic weight that generates automatic responses from all three factions, Rias added, demonstrating her political acumen. The son of Lucifer actively engaged in conflict immediately heightens tension throughout the supernatural world. Their analysis was interrupted as Akeno stirred, violet eyes opening with greater clarity than before. Her recovery was progressing faster than expected, a positive sign that the energetic restructuring had taken root effectively. How long was I unconscious? She asked, her voice stronger though still bearing traces of exhaustion. Several hours, Rias replied, moving to her side with evident relief. You had us worried. Akeno's gaze shifted to Naruto, assessment replacing confusion as she processed sensations from her altered energy pathways. You changed something, she observed with characteristic perceptiveness. My internal energy flows differently now. Necessary modifications to prevent similar attacks in the future, he explained. Lilith target. The natural separation between your devil and fallen angel heritages. I've implemented integration patterns that maintain both while eliminating vulnerable junction points. Rather than concern at this significant modification, Akeno's expression reflected thoughtful consideration followed by acceptance. It feels more balanced, as if pieces that were always in conflict have found harmony. Quote, the integration follows natural compatibility rather than forced merger, Naruto clarified. Unlike Kokabiel's hybrids, these changes enhance your existing nature rather than imposing artificial structure. While Akeno rested and continued recovering, Naruto and Rias relocated to the estate's strategic command center where representatives from both their peerages had gathered alongside security personnel deployed by Searsex. The atmosphere carried tension appropriate to their circumstances, partial victory overshadowed by ongoing threat and political complications. Kokabiel will adapt his approach based on tonight's outcome. Naruto addressed the assembled group, standing before tactical displays showing Kuo territory with its newly implemented security measures. The lost Excalibur fragments represent a setback but not mission failure from his perspective. His primary hybrid asset remains operational, and his research data presumably backed up across multiple locations. Then what's his next move? Kiba asked, his expression still tense from the evening's confrontation with holy swords that represented his traumatic past. Escalation or redirection, Naruto replied. Having FAI led to secure all 7 Excalibur fragments, he either accelerates his existing program with available resources or pivots toward an alternative catalyst for his final ascension objective. Alternative catalyst? Sona questioned from where she stood with senior members of her peerage. The facility documentation referenced Excaliburs specifically as necessary components. For that particular integration approach, Naruto clarified. But fundamental energy principles often allow multiple paths to similar outcomes. If Excaliburs represented one potential catalyst for perfecting hybrid integration, other artifacts of similar significance likely exist. This assessment prompted sobering consideration among the gathered leaders. If Kokabiel simply redirected his efforts toward alternative RTI facts rather than abandoning his program entirely, their victory represented mere delay rather than definitive prevention. We need to anticipate potential alternatives, Rias decided, her tactical mind already working through possibilities. What other artifacts might serve similar functions to Excalibur fragments in hybrid creation? Anything with significant holy energy concentration, Naruto began, methodically analyzing possibilities. Longinus-class sacred gears would certainly qualify, though accessing those poses significant challenges. Certain angel-crafted artifacts might serve similar purposes if properly modified. Sona adjusted her glasses thoughtfully. There's also the matter of what Kokabiel learned from tonight's confrontation. His hybrids engage multiple devil power signatures and church exorcists simultaneously, valuable combat data for refining his creations further. Particularly regarding Akeno's unique energy structure, Naruto added grimly. Lilith's specif. IC targeting suggests special interest in natural dual heritage as a template for more stable hybridization. As they continued strategic assessment, a communication circle activated unexpectedly, not the formal array used for official contacts but a smaller, more discreet manifestation indicating private communication. The sigil pattern identified the caller immediately, Azazel, leader of the Grigori. Initiating direct contact outside official channels. Naruto exchanged meaningful glances with Rias before accepting the connection. Azazel's image materialized above the modest circle, the fallen angel leader appearing characteristically casual despite the situation's gravity, his expression combining scientific curiosity with diplomatic calculation. Prince of Morningstar, he greeted without formal preamble. Or should I say, officially recognized heir to Lucifer, now that bureaucracy has caught up with reality. Quite the coming out party you've arranged with my wayward subordinate. Azazel, Naruto acknowledged neutrally. I understand you've offered assistance against Kokabiel through official channels. Curious timing. The fallen angel leader's expression shifted to something more serious. The official communication follows appropriate diplomatic protocols. This private channel allows more direct exchange about matters both factions might prefer to address, discreetly. UCH is how Kokabiel acquired forbidden research data that was supposedly destroyed after the Great War. Naruto suggested, his tone deceptively casual despite the accusation's gravity. Or perhaps how he developed soul extraction technology without triggering Grigori monitoring systems. Rather than defensive denial, Azazel's response carried resigned acknowledgement. Kokabiel's access to restrict ed technologies concerns me as much as it does you, perhaps more, considering the reflection on my leadership. But the uncomfortable reality is that he didn't acquire these capabilities recently or through outside sources. Explain, Naruto prompted, his attention fully focused on the unexpected admission. Kokabiel was among our most brilliant researchers during the Great War, Azazel revealed, his expression darkening with old memories. His contributions to biological enhancement programs proved decisive in several campaigns. When peace was established, his research was supposedly discontinued and archived rather than destroyed, a decision I've since recognized as catastrophically naive. You're suggesting he simply continued classified research for centuries without detection? Rias interjected skeptically. Not continuously, Azazel clarified. Periodically, with enough separation between activities to avoid pattern recognition. The Grigori is not a monolithic organization, we maintain numerous semi-autonomous research divisions with intentionally limited oversight to encourage innovation. Plausible deniability built into organizational structure, Naruto translated, recognizing the political calculation behind such arrangements. Allowing dangerous research to proceed while maintaining leadership's technical innocence. Azazel didn't deny this characterization. Politics requires certain compromises, as you're well aware, but Kokabiel has crossed thresholds that threaten all factions equally. His ascension program isn't merely about creating combat assets but fundamentally reshaping supernatural hierarchy. To what ultimate purpose? Naruto pressed. Revolution disguised as evolution, Azazel replied grimly. Creating a new species that renders existing factio NS obsolete beings, incorporating aspects of all three supernatural lineages under his direct control. Not merely weapons but potential progenitors of an entirely new faction with Kokabiel as its god equivalent. This assessment aligned with Naruto's own analysis, but hearing it confirmed by the Grigori leader carried additional weight. Kokabiel's ambition transcended mere warfare or territorial express. He sought to fundamentally reshape supernatural existence through artificial evolution directed by his personal vision. What additional intelligence can you provide regarding his current capabilities or potential next targets? Naruto asked, setting aside broader political questions in favor of immediate tactical needs. I've authorized full access to our historical files on Kokabiel's research methodologies and psychological profiles, Azazel replied. The data transfer is already proceeding through official channels. But regarding his next move, the fallen angel leader's expression turned contemplative. Without Excaliburs as integration catalysts, he'll seek alternatives with similar energy compositions. Given his location and historical interests, I'd consider the Kuo Academy. My grounds themselves a potential target. The Academy? Rias questioned sharply. What would he want there? The Academy was constructed on what was once a significant convergence point of natural energy lines, Azazel explained. During early post-war settlement negotiations, that location was specifically selected for supernatural education facilities because the ambient energy supported controlled power development for young devils. Understanding dawned in Naruto's expression. And those natural energy lines could potentially serve as alternative catalysts if properly modified. The Re territory becomes a potential resource rather than just a battleground. Precisely, Azazel confirmed. Kokabiel's hybrid program requires stable energy sources for integration processes. Without Excaliburs, he'll leverage environmental resources beginning with locations of highest natural concentration. This intelligence shifted their strategic assessment significantly. Rather than anticipating external attacks to acquire new artifacts, they needed to consider the territory itself as Kokabiel's primary target, the natural energy convergence beneath Kuo Academy representing potentially vital resources for his continued research. After concluding the private communication with additional intelligence exchanges, Naruto relayed this information to the assembled leadership group, prompting immediate revision of defensive deployments. Security forces previously distributed throughout the broader territory were now concentrated around the Academy grounds and other natural energy convergence points identified through detailed mapping. So we're defending the land itself rather than specific artifacts, Sona summarized, adjusting tactical displays to reflect their new understanding. Quote, an unusual strategic objective but consistent with what we've learned of Kokabiel's methodology. The Academy has always maintained unusual supernatural properties, Rias agreed, recalling details Fr. Her family's historical involvement in establishing the facility. My brother mentioned that territorial selection involved extensive energy mapping to find optimal conditions for young devil education. The natural convergence points enhance power development while simultaneously masking supernatural activity from human detection. Precisely the properties Kokabiel would value for his integration processes, Naruto confirmed. Natural energy conduits that can be modified to support hybrid stability without requiring external catalysts like Excaliburs. As they implemented revised security protocols focused on protecting these natural resources, Akeno joined them in the command center, still showing evidence of her injuries but sufficiently recovered for limited participation. Her unique perspective proved immediately valuable as they discussed energy manipulation possibilities. The convergence points form a natural network throughout Kuo territory, she observed, examining detailed mapping displays. If Kokabiel attempts to tap into this network, he'll likely target the primary nexus beneath the Academy's old school building first. That location contains the highest energy concentration and most stable flow patterns, which happens to be directly beneath the Occult Research Club headquarters, Rias added with grim recognition. A location already familiar to him through previous encounters. Then we establish our primary defensive position there, Naruto decided. Converting familiar territory into deliberate tactical advantage rather than potential vulnerability. As night deepened toward early morning, their preparations continued with methodical precision. Security forces deployed according to revised parameters, detection systems recalibrated to monitor natural energy fluctuations rather than simply supernatural signatures, communication networks established between previously separate devil groups now operating under unified command. Throughout these preparations, Naruto maintained his composed exterior while internally processing the evolving situation's broader implications. The conflict had expanded beyond territorial defense into multi-faction politics involving his newly acknowledged status as Lucifer's direct heir. The careful balance he'd maintained for centuries between independence and formal hierarchy now shifted toward increased integrity with devil political structure, a development that carried both advantages and limitations. More personally, his relationships with Rias and Akeno had evolved from professional alliance to intimate connection, creating additional motivations beyond tactical considerations. Protecting Kuo territory now represented not merely strategic necessity but defense of emotional bonds recently established yet already significant. As dawn approached, bringing temporary respite as operational teams rotated for necessary rest, Naruto found himself on the estate's eastern balcony, watching sunrise ilum. In the city they now defended against threats more complex than initially anticipated. Rias joined him there, her crimson hair catching early morning light as she moved to stand beside him. "You're concerned about more than just Kokabiel," she observed perceptively. "The situation evolves on multiple levels simultaneously," Naruto acknowledged. "Tactical threat from Kokabiel's hybrid program, political implications of my formally recognized status, potential faction involvement if conflict escalates further, complexity compounding with each development. And personal considerations as well," Rias added softly, her hand finding his in a gesture that transcended professional alliance. "Indeed," he agreed, appreciating her directness in addressing the unspoken aspect of their current circumstances. What began as territorial defense has evolved into something far more personally significant. Their moment of connection was interrupted as Akeno joined them, moving with grace that respected her still healing condition. Despite physical evidence of her recent injuries, her expression carried renewed determination alongside something else, a subtle but significant shift in her energy projection reflecting the integration changes Naruto had implemented during healing. "The detection arrays have been modified according to your specifications," she reported, maintaining professional focus despite the personal undercurrents between them. "Any attempt to access the natural energy network will trigger immediate alerts to all command personnel." "Excellent," Naruto acknowledged, "though I suspect Kokabiel will attempt more sophisticated infiltration than direct access. His previous operations demonstrate preference for subtlety until optimal conditions are established. Which is why we've implemented layered detection," Akeno confirmed. "The modified arrays monitor not just access attempts but subtle energy fluctuations that might indicate preliminary mapping or passive observation." As they continued discussing technical details of their defensive preparations, Naruto observed with appreciation how both women balanced professional focus with personal connection, maintaining tactical effectiveness while acknowledging the emotional bonds now established between them. This integration of different relationship aspects reflected the broader balance he'd always sought between power and restraint, duty and individual choice. Their strategic discussion was interrupted by an urgent communication from perimeter security. Unusual energy fluctuations detected at multiple monitoring points simultaneously, suggesting coordinated activity rather than random disturbance. All three immediately shifted to full alert, previous conversations set aside as they moved quickly to the command center for detailed assessment. The tactical displays showed concerning patterns, subtle but persistent energy withdrawals from natural flow lines at 7 distinct locations, forming a perfect circle around Kuo Academy. Not dramatic enough to trigger catastrophic alerts but methodical in a way that suggested deliberate resource collection rather than environmental damage. "He's harvesting," Naruto identified immediately, drawing energy incrementally rather than attempting direct control of the network. "Smart approach, maintaining levels below critical detection thresholds while gradually accumulating necessary resources." "For what purpose specifically?" Sona asked, having arrived moments after the alert was raised. "Preparing for his final ascension, without S-caliber catalysts," Naruto explained grimly. "Natural energy lacks the concentrated potency of holy relics but provides greater flexibility if properly accumulated and modified. He's essentially creating artificial catalysts from territorial resources." "Can we disrupt the collection process?" Rias inquired, examining the affected locations with tactical assessment. "Not without potentially destabilizing the entire natural network," Akeno cautioned. "These energy lines maintained balanced flow for centuries. Dramatic intervention might cause cascading disruption throughout Kuo territory. So we can't stop the collection directly," Naruto concluded, "but we can identify the accumulation point where harvested energy is being consolidated. That location represents both vulnerability and opportunity." They implemented enhanced detection focused on energy flow direction rather than simply volume changes, tracking the subtle currents to identify convergence patterns. Within hours, their analysis revealed what Naruto had suspected: all harvested energy flowing toward a single location on Kuo's outskirts where abandoned industrial facilities provided both physical concealment and isolation from civilian population. Kokabiel's new operational base, Sona identified, examining detailed mapping of the identified location. established quickly after we destroyed his cathedral facility. And already implementing the next phase of his program, Naruto added, studying energy flow patterns with analytical precision. The harvested energy shows modification signatures consistent with preparation for hybrid stabilization. He's creating alternative integration catalysts to replace the Excalibur fragments. How soon before he accumulates sufficient resources for this final ascension? Rias asked, the practical question cutting through technical details to core strategic concerns. Current collection rates suggest 18 to 24 hours until critical threshold, Akeno calculated after analyzing flow measurements. Assuming continuous harvesting without interruption. Then we have our timetable, Naruto concluded. Reconnaissance first to assess defensive capabilities and hybrid presence, followed by coordinated offensive before resource accumulation reaches critical levels. As they prepared for this decisive operation, additional intelligence arrived through formal channels as L's promised data regarding Kokabiel's historical research methodologies and psychological profile. The information proved invaluable for operational planning, providing insight into likely defensive arrangements and potential contingency measures the fallen angel leader would implement around his new facility. Kokabiel typically employs layered security with distributed detection nodes rather than concentrated barrier systems. Naruto explained as they reviewed the intelligence. His defensive philosophy emphasizes early warning over impenetrable protection, allowing strategic response rather than relying on static defenses. Which suggests infiltration possibilities if we can neutralize detection nodes without triggering central alerts, Sona concluded with tactical acumen. Precisely, Naruto confirmed, and his psychological profile indicates preference for vertical command structures with limited initiative granted to subordinates. Disrupting communication between leadership and operational elements creates disproportionate effectiveness. Their planning continued throughout the day, integrating this intelligence into comprehensive assault parameters that leveraged their combined forces' diverse capabilities. Devil teams would neutralize outer detection systems, creating infiltration corridors for specialized strike teams targeting communications infrastructure and energy collection apparatus. A primary assault team including Naruto, Rias, and recovered combat elements would engage Kokabiel directly if present, or his hybrid lieutenants if the fallen angel leader might NTAINED distance from operational activities. As evening approached, bringing their planned operation timeline closer, Naruto completed final preparations with cold precision honed through centuries of conflict experience. The stakes had escalated beyond territorial defense to potentially existential threat against supernatural balance. Kokabiel's final ascension, representing not merely weapon development but fundamental reshaping of metaphysical hierarchy. Yet beneath these cosmic considerations lay more personal motivation, protecting newly established bonds with Rias and Akeno, honoring true saint placed in his leadership by both devil peerages, preventing corruption of natural systems that supported peaceful coexistence between supernatural and human worlds. As their forces moved into Minera deployment positions surrounding Kokabiel's identified facility, Naruto found himself briefly alone with both Rias and Akeno, their professional coordination temporarily yielding to more persona L connection before combat operations commenced. Regardless of tonight's outcome, Rias began, her composed exterior briefly softening. These past days have changed something fundamental between us. Whatever diplomatic complications arise from your official status, my personal position remains clear. As does mine, Akeno added, the integration changes to her energy structure seemingly enhancing rather than diminishing her natural confidence. What began as tactical alliance has evolved into something far more significant. For all of us, Naruto acknowledged, allowing his carefully maintained diplomatic mask to drop momentarily, which provides additional motivation beyond strategic necessity. This moment of personal connection strengthened rather than distracted from their combat Adina's clarity of purpose, enhancing tactical focus as they returned to operational command with renewed determination. The coming confrontation would determine not just the fate of Kokabiel's hybrid program but potentially the balance between factions for decades to come. As darkness settled over Kuo, their forces moved with coordinated precision toward Kokabiel's facility. Devil teams neutralizing perimeter detection systems with techniques specifically designed to avoid triggering centralized alerts. Specialized units establishing infiltration corridors through identified security gaps, Communication suppression measures engaging to isolate operational elements from leadership command. The initial phases proceeded with remarkable effectiveness, suggesting their intelligence assessment had accurately identified Kokabiel's security protocols and defensive philosophy. Outer perimeter breached without detection, communication infrastructure systematically compromised, energy collection apparatus located and targeted for neutralization at coordinated execution time. Yet beneath this apparent success, Naruto sensed something wrong: the operation proceeding too smoothly, resistance patterns too predictable, security measures too easily circumvented. Either their intelligence dramatically overestimated Kokabiel's defensive capabilities, or they faced something far more concerning: a deliberate setup designed to draw them into precisely this assault configuration. Hold position, he commanded through encrypted communication channels as primary assault teams prepared final approach to the central facility. Something isn't right. Security neutralization has been too efficient. Agreed, Sona's voice responded, her analytical mind having reached similar conclusions independently. Detection node deactivation encountering minimal countermeasures. Inconsistent with Kokabiel's historical security protocols. Naruto extended his senses beyond conventional detection, focusing on subtle energy patterns throughout the entire industrial complex rather than specific security systems. What he discovered confirmed his suspicions: energy flow redirection inconsistent with collection for hybrid stabilization. Artificial circulation patterns suggesting theatrical presentation rather than functional operation. It's not a facility, he realized with cold certainty. It's a distraction. The energy harvesting is real, but this isn't where it's being accumulated. A deliberate misdirection, Rias concluded through their command channel. But to what purpose? Why draw our forces here specifically? The answer crystallized with chilling clarity as Naruto's enhanced perception detected a massive energy surge beneath Kuo Academy, the real accumulation point Kokabiel had concealed. Through distributed collection misdirection. The Academy, he transmitted urgently. It was always the Academy. The natural convergence point beneath the old school building. Kokabiel used harvest energy from multiple collection points to mask his primary accumulation directly at the source. But our detection systems monitoring the Academy grounds show no unusual activity, Akeno countered, confusion evident in her tone. Because he's not accessing the network from outside, Naruto explained as pieces aligned into horrible clarity. He established direct integration with the primary convergence point before we implemented monitoring systems. The harvesting operation we detected was secondary supplemental resources for an already established primary connection. The strategic implications hit them simultaneously: their forces deployed away from the actual target, their defenses focused on external threat rather than internal subversion, their entire operational concept based on NDA mentally flawed intelligence assessment. Full withdrawal and redeploy to the Academy immediately, Naruto commanded, already activating personal teleportation coordinates. Priority Alpha, all combat-capable units converge on the old school building. As their forces initiated emergency extraction protocols, Naruto teleported directly to the Academy grounds, manifesting at the edge of the old school building's perimeter where detection systems should have registered any unusual activity. Yet visual confirmation immediately validated his suspicions: subtle distortion in reality surrounding the structure. Light bending slightly around architectural features in patterns invisible to conventional perception but unmistakable to his enhanced senses. Rias and Akeno arrived moments later through their own teleportation, followed by advance elements of their combined forces implementing emergency redeployment. Initial assessment confirmed their worst fears: the entire old school building now existed within a sophisticated dimensional overlay, partially separated from normal reality while maintaining physical presence in their world. Dimensional partition, Naruto identified grimly. Kokabiel has established a controlled pocket dimension using the natural convergence point as anchor. That's why our monitoring systems detected nothing. He's operating in a dimensional frequency slightly offset from our reality. Can we breach it? Rias asked, crimson power already gathering around her hands in preparation. Not conventionally, Naruto cautioned. Dimensional partitioning creates quasi-separate reality planes. Direct force might collapse the partition catastrophically, potentially destabilizing the entire natural energy network. Then how do we proceed? Akeno inquired, her own power manifesting as lightning gathered between her fingers. Instead of answering directly, Naruto closed his eyes, extending his senses beyond physical perception into the dimensional frequencies surrounding them. His father's legacy included capabilities transcending conventional devil powers, including perception and manipulation of reality structures normally inaccessible to supernatural beings. There, he identified after moments of concentrated effort. Resonance point where the partition connects to our dimension. A controlled entry point rather than complete separation. With precise focus, he directed golden crimson energy toward this identified junction, not attacking but harmonizing matching dimensional frequencies to create synchronized access rather than destructive breach. Air before them shimmered as reality bent slightly, creating a localized transition point between normal space and Kokabiel's partitioned dimension. This access will remain stable only briefly, Naruto warned as the portal stabilized. We enter together, maintaining physical contact to prevent separation during transition. Once inside, dimensional physics may operate differently. Be prepared for altered power manifestation and possible spatial distortion. Clasping hands to ensure unified transition, they stepped through the dimensional threshold into Kokabiel's created reality. The sensatio of passage felt like moving through heavy liquid resistance followed by sudden release as they emerged into the partitioned space surrounding the old school building. The world inside Kokabiel's dim Enshin maintained recognizable physical architecture but altered through unsettling modifications. The school building still stood at the center, but its proportions seemed slightly wrong, angles too sharp, shadows too deep. Dimensions expanded in places while contracted in others. Most significantly, energy patterns visibly manifested throughout the structure, purple-tinged flows coursing through walls and foundation like luminescent blood through semi-transparent veins. The natural convergence point fully exposed and modified, Naruto observed grimly. Kokabiel has integrated his technology directly into the energy network's primary junction. As they approached cautiously, more concerning details became apparent. The ground surrounding the building pulsed with regulated energy patterns forming complex mathematical configurations, ritual arrays designed for precise power manipulation rather than simple collection. At 7 equidistant points around the structure stood crystalline obelisks, each gathering and focusing energy toward the building's center in controlled streams. This isn't just an operational base, Rias realized, recognizing ritualistic elements in the configuration. It's a transformation engine. The final ascension, Naruto confirmed as understanding aligned with observed evidence. Kokabiel isn't simply creating more hybrids, he's attempting fundamental transformation on a much larger scale. Before they could proceed further, movement registered at the building's entrance, figures emerging with familiar yet altered energy signatures. Lilith led the procession, her perfect hybrid form now enhanced with additional modifications that increased her already formidable presence. Behind her followed 4 additional hybrids of comparable structure, though each displaying unique characteristics suggesting specialized function rather than identical replication. Welcome to Evolution's Crucible, Lilith greeted, her dual-toned voice carrying through the dimensionally altered space with unnatural clarity. Kokabiel-sama anticipated your eventual discovery, though perhaps not quite this quickly. Impressive dimensional sensitivity, Prince of Devils. Where is Kokabiel? Naruto demanded, golden crimson energy gathering around him in preparation for inevitable conflict. Lilith's perfect features formed an expression of mock disappointment. So focused on the creator rather than appreciating his creations. We are the future, he envisioned, the ascended who will replace outdated faction divisions with perfect synthesis. Abominations created through soul theft and forbidden research. Akeno countered, lightning crackling between her fingers as combat readiness escalated. Not evolution but corruption. Rather than anger, Lilith's response carried something resembling pity. Such limited perception from one with natural dual heritage. You could have been among us willingly. Your unique energy structure made you an ideal candidate for consensual ascension. Instead, you cling to artificial separation between your devil and fallen angel essences. My heritage exists in harmony through natural integration, Akeno replied, referencing the changes Naruto had implemented during her healing. Not forced merger dependent on external stabilization. Lilith's expression shifted to genuine curiosity. Interesting. Your energy signature has indeed changed since our last encounter. More harmonized, yet without sacrificing distinctive components. Her gaze shifted to Naruto. Your work, I presume. Perhaps Kokabiel-sama underestimated your understanding of integration principles. Where is he? Naruto repeated, unwilling to engage in prolonged dialogue while Kokabiel's true operations continued elsewhere within the dimensionally partitioned space. With graceful gesture, Lilith indicated the school building behind her, where he has always intended to be at the heart of transformation. The final ascension requires direct guidance from its architect, particularly during critical transition phases. This confirmation aligned with Naruto's tactical assessment, Kokabiel personally overseeing the culmination of his long-planned evolution program. Using dimensionally partitioned space to create controlled environment for transformational processes beyond conventional supernatural parameters. The ritual configuration appears complete, he observed, noting energy flow patterns and crystalline obelisk arrangement. What exactly does this final ascension entail beyond creating more hybrids like yourself? Not more like me, Lilith corrected, genuine pride evident in her dual-toned voice. Something far greater. The ascended you've encountered thus far, myself included, represent merely the preparatory phase establishing sustainable integration patterns between conflicting supernatural essences. The final ascension transcends individual transformation to affect reality itself. This revelation shifted Naruto's assessment from concerning to potentially catastrophic. Not merely creating enhanced soldiers or even a new species, but fundamental reality manipulation using the natural convergence point as both power source and dimensional anchor. He's attempting to rewrite supernatural laws governing essence compatibility, Naruto realized, centuries of metaphysical knowledge aligning with observed evidence. Using the convergence point to establish new baseline rules for how different power sources interact. Precisely, Lilith confirmed, seeming pleased by his understanding. When completed, the artificial limitations separating devil, angel, and fallen angel essences will dissolve throughout this dimensional space. Perfect integration without requiring individual modification, environment itself supporting what currently demands specialized intervention. Quote, the implications were staggering, a controlled reality bubble where Kokabiel's desired metaphysical rules replaced those established since creation, potentially expanding outward to gradually consume conventional reality if successful. Not merely hybrid creation but fundamental reconstruction of supernatural existence according to his vision. Fascinating theory, Rias stated coldly. Crimson destruction energy gathering around her hands. But ultimately irrelevant. This ends now, regardless of philosophical justification. Lilith's perfect features formed an expression of genuine regret. Such limited perspective from one whose bloodline once embodied revolutionary vision. Fortunately, your cooperation isn't required, merely your absence from further interference. With that declaration, Lilith and her hybrid companions moved in coordinated attack formation, not merely physical assault but complex energy projection specifically designed to neutrally Z-Devil combat capabilities within their dimensionally altered environment. The conflict that erupted transformed the school grounds into a supernatural battleground where conventional physics yield to metaphysical principles manipulated by Kokabiel's dimensional alterations. Naruto met this challenge with controlled power release, golden crimson energy expanding outward in protective formation around their position while simultaneously launching targeted counterattacks. Unlike their previous encounter at the cathedral, he dispensed with gradual escalation, recognizing the critical timeframe required immediate effectiveness. Focus on breaching the building, he instructed Rias and Akeno as they engaged defensive positions against the hybrid assault. Kokabiel himself remains our primary objective. These ascended are merely delay tactics. This assessment proved accurate as the hybrid combat patterns emphasized containment rather than destruction, complex maneuvers designed to maintain engagement without allowing progression toward the school building where the ritual proceeded. Defensive delay rather than determined elimination, suggesting critical timeline that couldn't be interrupted. Recognizing this strategy, Naruto adjusted their approach accordingly. Separation pattern alpha, he commanded, golden crimson energy forming a focused shield before him. I'll create breach opportunity. Both of you exploit immediately without waiting for complete neutralization. Without further coordination, he launched forward directly toward Lilith, the most formidable opponent and central coordination point for the hybrid defense formation. The unexpected direct assault forced defensive concentration from all hybrid combatants, momentarily creating exploitation gap on their right flank. Rias and Akeno recognized the opportunity immediately, combining their powers into concentrated breakthrough assault that punched through the temporary vulnerability. Destruction energy fused, with lightning created devastating combination that cleared path toward the school building entrance, allowing both to advance while Naruto maintained primary engagement with Lilith and her companions. Go, he called as they hesitated briefly at the building threshold. All contain these 5. Stop Kokabiel before the ritual reaches completion. As they disappeared into the structure, Naruto focused entirely on his 5 opponents, no longer requiring restraint for tactical coordination. Golden crimson energy surged around him in waves of increasing intensity, reality itself bending slightly. Why is he released power normally kept carefully contained? Impressive restraint until now, Lilith observed as her companions spread into surrounding formation. But ultimately futile. The final Asin, Sion has already reached critical transition point. Nothing can interrupt it now. A common misconception among those who mistake inevitability for destiny, Naruto replied, power continuing to build around him invisible manifestation. Let me demonstrate the difference. What followed transcended conventional supernatural combat. Naruto abandoned standardized techniques in favor of fundamental energy manipulation that targeted the hybrid's integrated structure directly. Rather than attacking physical forms, his assault focused on the energetic bonds maintaining their stable integration. Ying principles reverse engineered from his analysis of Lilith during their previous encounter. The effect proved devastating. 2 lesser hybrids collapsed almost immediately, their carefully balanced integration dissolving into component energies that dissipated without structural coherence. The remaining 3, including Lilith, demonstrated greater resilience but visible destabilization. Perfect synchronization disrupted by precisely calculated interference patterns. How? Lilith demanded, genuine shock breaking through her composed exterior as she struggled to maintain structural integrity. This integration template was specifically designed to resist conventional disruption techniques. Conventional being the operative limitation, Naruto replied, continuing systematic dismantling of their integration patterns. What your master failed to recognize is that creation principles operate on different fundamental rules than conventional supernatural powers. You cannot build stable integration using corrupted methodologies and expect immunity from original creation energy. This explanation represented simplified truth. Naruto's capability derived from his father's unique connectio to primordial forces predating faction division. What modern supernaturals classified as devil power was merely evolved manifestation of more fundamental energies that transcended such categorical limitations. Lucifer's rebellion hadn't severed this connection entirely, merely transformed its expression and application. As Naruto maintained systematic pressure against the remaining hybrids, Hi's awareness extended into the school building where Rias and Akeno confronted Kokabiel directly. Through their established connection, he sensed their engagement with the ritual chamber. A transformed space at the building's center where natural convergence energy had been channeled into complex manifestation array surrounding a central altar-like structure. Kokabiel stood within this energy config. Eurasian fallen angel wings fully extended as he conducted orchestrated power flows with precise gestures reinforced by technological components integrated throughout the chamber. The ritual had indeed reached advanced stage. Dimensional alteration already affecting metaphysical principles within the localized space as evidenced by visible changes in how different energy types interacted. Rias init. IATED their interruption with characteristic directness crimson destruction energy targeting the ritual array's primary power conduits while Akeno focused on the technological components maintaining dimensional stability. Their coordinated assault demonstrated tactical precision worthy of their respective peerages, reputation, targeting structural vulnerabilities rather than Kokabiel directly. The fallen angel leader responded with calm determination rather than surprised reaction, suggesting he had indeed anticipated potential interference despite dimensional concealment. Light spears manifested between his outstretched hands. But rather than direct counterattack, he channeled this energy into the ritual array itself, accelerating the transformation process at cost of stability safeguards. Welcome to Ascension's threshold. He greeted them with aristocratic composure despite the chaotic energy now surging through his carefully constructed system. You arrived just in time to witness Evolutionary history: the moment artificial limitations dissolve in favor of true potential. The only dissolution happening today is your delusional plan, Rias responded, continuing systematic targeting of critical array components despite increased energy volatility. Your evolution ends now, along with your violations of territorial sovereignty. Kokabiel's response carried genuine amusement. Territorial concerns. You still perceive this in such limited context. What occurs here transcends factional boundaries or administrative jurisdictions. I'm rewriting supernatural existence itself, beginning with this localized reality before expanding outward. This confirmation of Naruto's assessment fundamentally altering metaphysical laws governing essence interaction elevated already critica L's situation to potentially existential threat. If successful, Kokabiel's transformation might indeed propagate beyond controlled dimensional space, creating cascading reality modifications throughout connected supernatural domains. Outside, Naruto completed neutralization of the remaining hybrid defenders, Lilith herself finally succumbing to systematic energy disruption that unraveled her integra TED structure into component essences that dissipated without host cohesion. With immediate tactical threats eliminated, he turned attention fully toward the school building where escalating energy RGES suggested critical confrontation approaching culmination. Moving with supernatural speed enhanced by dimensional manipulation, he breached the structure directly golden crimson energy carving path through physical barriers and metaphysical resistance alike as he targeted the ritual chamber at the building's heart. The scene that greeted him upon arrival confirmed worst-case assessment. Kokabiel's ritual had indeed reached transition phase despite Rias and Akeno's determined interference. The chamber's center now contained swirling vortex of purple-tinged energy, reality itself visibly warped. Around this focal point as different supernatural essences began merging without conventional limitation. Devil, angel, and fallen angel energies flowed together in unnatural harmony, their fundamental incompatibility suspended by artificial metaphysical parameters Kokabiel had established through dimensional manipulation. "You're too late, Prince," the fallen angel leader called from where he hovered above this manifestation. Wings extended as he channeled additional power into the transformation vortex. Critical threshold achieved. The process continues even without my direct guidance now. Naruto assessed the situation with analytical precision honed through centuries of metaphysical study. The energy configuration had indeed achieved self-sustaining stability. Conventional interruption techniques would prove ineffective against something that had evolved beyond standard supernatural parameters. Impressive achievement, he acknowledged, golden crimson energy gathering around high as he prepared more fundamental intervention. Though fundamentally flawed in execution, artificially suspending natural incompatibility creates temporary harmony but inevitable catastrophic collapse. Once expansion extends beyond controlled dimensional space. A theoretical limitation I've already accounted for, Kokabiel countered confidently. The integration template evolves continuously, adapting parameters as expansion proceeds. Natural resistance becomes assimilation catalyst rather than destructive opposition. This explanation revealed both sophisticated understanding of metaphysica principles and dangerous overconfidence in technological manipulation of forces predating supernatural divisions. Kokabiel had indeed created self-evolving integration template, but fundamentally misunderstood creation energy's immutable characteristics that transcended technological circumvention. Theory versus reality, Naruto stated simply. Allow me to demonstrate the difference. Rather and conventional attack against the transformation vortex or Kokabiel himself, Naruto directed his gathered power toward the dimensional partition surrounding the entire operational area. Golden Crimson energy extended outward not as destructive force but precise calibration matching then systematically adjusting the dimensional frequency Kokabiel had established for his controlled reality bubble. The effect proved immediately destabilizing artificial metaphysical parameters governing essence integration fluctuating as dimensional foundation shifted beneath them. The transformation vortex began pulsing erratically. Perfect harmony dissolving into chaotic interaction as conventional incompatibility reasserted partial influence. "What are you doing?" Kokabiel demanded, genuine alarm breaking. Through his aristocratic composure as carefully balanced systems destabilized throughout the chamber. Restoring metaphysical equilibrium, Naruto explained, continuing systematic adjustment of dimensional parameters. Your artificial reality requires precise frequency isolation from baseline creation principles. Adjust that isolation sufficiently, and natural laws reassert progressive influence. This simplification masked more complex process. Naruto wasn't merely disrupting dimensional frequency but introducing carefully calculated harmonic using his father's legacy connection to primordial creation energy. Not destruction but restoration of fundamental parameters established at reality's foundation, overwhelming Kokabiel's technological manipulation through direct application of powers predating supernatural division. Recognizing existential threat to his evolutionary program, Kokabiel abandoned ritual maintenance in favor of direct intervention against Naruto. Light spears formed and launched with desperate intensity as he attempted to disrupt the dimensional restoration process. These attacks met coordinated interference from Rias and Akeno, their powers synchronizing to maintain in protective coverage while Naruto completed the critical adjustment sequence. You cannot stop evolution merely by restoring conventional limitations, Kokabiel insisted, his attacks increasingly antic as transformation vortex continued destabilizing. The integration template has achieved self-sustaining adaptability. It will overcome your reactionary intervention. Self-sustaining within artificial parameters, Naruto corrected. Golden crimson energy continuing outward expansion through the dimensional boundary, but fundamentally dependent on technological circumvention of creation principles. I'm now restoring to their proper influence. The chamber began physically transforming as dimensional restoration progressed, artificial expansion contracting toward normal parameters. Energy flows returning to conventional pathways, ritual components losing supernatural enhancement as metaphysical laws reasserted standard operation. Most significantly, the transformation vortex itself began collapsing inward. Perfect integration dissolving as conventional essence incompatibility returned to full effect. Kokabiel's expression shifted from confidence through alarm to despair. Determination as his evolutionary program faced systematic deconstruction. With unexpected tactical shift, he abandoned continued ritual defense in favor of direct engagement with the dimensional restoration process, flying directly into Naruto's expanding golden crimson energy field rather than attempting to counter from distance. If I cannot complete transformation throughout this dimension, he declared. Wings fully extended as he gathered remaining power around himself, then I'll ensure its continuation through direct personal evolution. The integration template remains viable on Endiva. Dual scale even as environmental parameters revert. This declaration preceded dramatic personal transformation, Kokabiel channeling concentrated essence from the collapsing vortex directly into his own supernatural structure. His fallen angel form began evolving before their eyes, additional wing pairs manifesting as integrated devil components appeared throughout his manifestation. Unlike Preview's hybrids requiring external stabilization, this transformation utilized the integration template's adaptive capacity to establish self-sustaining modification using Kokabiel himself as host rather than environment. Fascinating adaptation, Naruto acknowledged, though continuing dimensional restoration without interruption. Though ultimately futile, individual transformation cannot propagate without environmental support once conventional parameters fully restore. Perhaps, Kokabiel conceded, his voice acquiring harmonic qualities similar to Lilith's as transformation progressed. But evolution continues through my survival even if environmental propagation fails. The template preservation ensures future opportunity when conditions prove more favorable. This strategic pivot revealed Kuo Academy's contingency planning, preserving evolutionary template through personal integration rather than environmental transformation if primary program faced neutralization. Adaptation rather than absolute commitment. Ensuring continued threat beyond immediate confrontation regardless of tactical outcome. Recognizing this continued danger, Naruto adjusted his approach accordingly. While maintaining dimensional restoration through established energy field, he simultaneously initiated direct engagement with Kokabiel's personal transformation golden crimson energy forming focused projection that targeted the fallen angel leader's evolving form with precise calibration. Individual transformation suffers identical fundamental vulnerability, he explained as this focused energy contacted Kokabiel's manifesting hybrid structure. Artificial integration remains susceptible to creation principle restoration regardless of application scale. The effect proved immediately disruptive. Kokabiel's transformation stalling as golden crimson energy interfaced directly with his attempted integration process. Unlike previous hybrid neutralization, however, this intervention met sophisticated resistance. NCE is the adaptive template attempted real-time modification to circumvent restoration principles. A genuine battle of metaphysical engineering ensued. Kokabiel's advanced integration technology adapting continuously against Naruto's creation energy application. Each adjustment met with counter-adaptation in accelerating cycle that transformed the chamber into manifestation of supernatural evolution itself. What began as technological manipulation versus primordial principle evolved into hybrid engagement as elements from both approaches incorporated into escalating exchange. Throughout this unprecedented confrontation, Rias and Akeno maintained supportive operations targeting remaining technological components, sustaining dimensional partition while establishing protective coverage against collateral effects from the central metaphysical battle. Their coordinated efforts proved crucial as dimensional restoration approached completion, conventional reality reasserting influence throughout the previously partitioned space. The culmination arrived with unexpected manifestation. Kokabiel's partially transformed structure reaching critical instability as opposing forces created unsustainable conflict within his supernatural essence. Unlike previous hybrids whose integration simply dissolved under similar pressure, the fallen angel leader's ancient power and sophisticated template created different resolution. Dimensional fracture centered on his position specifically rather than general environmental collapse. "What have you done?" he demanded as reality visibly cracked around him. Golden crimson energy and purple integration template creating impossible harmonic that conventional dimensional structure couldn't contain. "Restored proper balance," Naruto replied, recognizing the emerging resolution pattern. "Your integration template requires artificial dimensional parameters to maintain stability. With those parameters systematically restored to conventional operation, template creates incompatible harmonics with baseline reality, particularly when concentrated within individual manifestation rather than environmental dispersion." This explanation represented simple, applied interpretation of complex metaphysical interaction. Kokabiel's concentrated transformation attempt creating localized dimensional instability as restoration principles reasserted conventional ration throughout surrounding environment. The resulting fracture formed self-contained anomaly centered on his position specifically rather than affecting broader dimensional structure. Recognizing his untenable position, Kokabiel attempted desperate extraction, wings extended for emergency teleportation as he gathered remaining power for dimensional transit. The fracture pattern had progressed too far, however, creating localized reality pocket that prevented conventional translocation techniques from establishing external connection. "You've trapped me in dimensional isolation," he realized. Genuine fear breaking through his aristocratic composure as fracture patterns continued converging around his position. "This creates pocket dimension without external access points." "Not my design," Naruto corrected. "Natural consequence of attempting to forcibly rewrite metaphysical principles without sufficient understanding of fundamental creation energy." The dimensional fracture represents equilibrium restoration through isolation of incompatible elements. This assessment proved accurate as reality continued fracturing around Kokabiel's position, creating self-contained pocket dimension that progressively separated from conventional space without destructive collapse. Not annihilation but isolation, containing the incompatible metaphysical experiment within dimensional boundaries that prevented broader contamination. "This isn't defeat," Kokabiel declared as the fracture neared completion, his voice distorting through dimensional separation. "Merely unexpected evolution. Within this isolated reality, my integration principles remain operational without external interference. Evolution continues beyond your reach." "Perhaps," Naruto acknowledged, "though without additional resources or external expansion capability. Evolution contained rather than propagating a research project rather than reality transformation." These final exchanges preceded complete dimensional separation. On the fracture closing around Kokabiel's position as his partially transformed form disappeared into self-contained pocket reality now disconnected from conventional space. Not destruction but isolation, containing the fallen angel leader and his evolutionary experiment within dimensional boundaries that prevented further influence on external reality. With Kokabiel's extraction, the remaining dimensional abnormalities throughout the structure began rapidly normalizing, artificial parameters dissolving completely as conventional metaphysical principles reasserted standard operation. The Natu Raw convergence point beneath the building gradually returned to normal flow patterns, energy distribution resuming balanced circulation throughout Kuo territory. Naruto maintained careful monitoring through this restoration process, ensuring complete reversion without residual abnormalities that might cause future instability. The technological components Kokabiel had integrated throughout the structure dissolved into component materials as supernatural enhancement faded, leaving only conventional infrastructure without metaphysical modifications. "It's over," Rias asked as normalization neared completion, the chamber returning to recognizable form as ordinary school room rather than supernatural ritual space. The immediate threat, yes, Naruto confirmed, though his expression remained serious. Kokabiel himself exists now within self-contained pocket dimension isolated from our reality but continuing existence in dimensional space beyond conventional access. Not destruction but containment, Akeno interpreted correctly, her enhanced energy perception following restoration principles with impressive accuracy. The dimensional fracture created perfect isolation without catastrophic collapse. A more appropriate resolution than destruction, Naruto explained. Containing the metaphysical experiment within boundaries that prevent external contamination while preserving the entity itself within its chosen evolutionary path. Separation rather than annihilation. This philosophical assessment reflected broader principle guiding his intervention: restoration of proper equilibrium rather than mere opposition to Kokabiel's vision. Not rejecting evolution itself but containing artificial acceleration within appropriate boundaries that prevented forced imposition on broader reality without consent. As normalization completed throughout the structure and surrounding grounds, their combined forces converged on the location. Devil team securing the area while verification protocols confirmed complete resolution without residual threats. The dimensional partition had dissolved entirely, restoring conventional reality parameters throughout Kuo territory with the natural convergence point returned to normal operational status. In the aftermath, Naruto maintained careful monitoring as recovery operations progressed, ensuring complete neutralization of any remaining hybrid entities or technological components that might preserve aspects of Kokabiel's evolutionary program. Their thoroughness proved justified as several dormant integration modules were discovered throughout the territory, each designed to activate under specific conditions if primary transformation failed. Contingency planning worthy of his reputation, Naruto observed as these components were systematically neutralized. Kokabiel prepared multiple continuation paths should his primary program face interruption, yet ultimately contained despite sophisticated preparation, Rias noted, coordinating recovery operations with impressive efficiency despite the evening's exhaustive engagements. The threat neutralized completely rather than merely displaced. For current manifestation, Naruto qualified, his perspective encompassing longer timeframes than immediate tactical resolution. Though the fundamental concept itself, artificial integration between conventionally incompatible supernatural essences, represents recurring challenge throughout metaphysical history. Kokabiel merely implemented particularly sophisticated modern application. This broader historical context reflected Naruto's 2 centuries of experience witnessing multiple attempts at supernatural boundary transcendence, different approaches to similar objective appearing periodically throughout faction development as ambitious entities sought advancement beyond established limitations. Not unique vision but recurring pattern throughout supernatural evolution, Kokabiel representing merely current manifestation rather than singular threat. As dawn approached, bringing physical light to match metaphysical restoration already completed throughout Kuo territory, formal communication arrived from multiple faction lead. Our ships Searzex representing devil aristocracy, Azazel speaking for Grigori, even preliminary acknowledgement from Heaven's administrative hierarchy. All recognizing the significant metaphysical event contained within their territory and expressing appropriate diplomatic appreciation for resolution without catastrophic escalation. Political machinery activates with predictable efficiency, Naruto observed with philosophical detachment as these communications appeared through various formal channels. Threat neutralization immediately transitioning to diplomatic positioning as factions re-establish conventional interaction patterns. Does that cynicism reflect centuries of observing similar cycles? Rias asked perceptively, recognizing deeper perspective beneath his casual observation. Observation without judgment, Naruto clarified, Predictable patterns provide stability alongside limitations, a balance that serves essential functions despite occasional frustrated ambition. Kokabiel's fundamental error wasn't seeking evolution itself but attempting forced implementation without organic development or consensual participation. This philosophical assessment reflected personal evolution as much as tactical analysis. Naruto's own perspective transformed through recent experiences from detached observation toward more engaged participation. His centuries of careful independence led partially to meaningful connection established with Rias and Akeno specifically, and Kuo's supernatural community more generally. As recovery operations concluded and territory security returned to normal protocols, Naruto found himself approaching transition point in multiple contexts simultaneously: diplomatic status shifting from temporary visitor to formally acknowledged power within Devil hierarchy. Personal connections evolving from tactical alliance to meaningful relationship, operational focus transitioning from immediate threat response to longer-term security establishment. The Issei converging transitions presented both opportunity and challenge: greater formal authority balanced against increased political entanglement, deeper personal connections alongside associated vulnerabilities. Expanded protective responsibility with corresponding commitment requirements, each representing evolution of his carefully maintained independence toward more integrated existence within supernatural community. The Grimoire estate provided temporary headquarters as these transitions progressed, formal communications managed alongside personal recovery as all participants processed the significant metaphysical confrontation they'd experienced. Within the estate's secure medical wing, Akeno completed final recovery from injuries sustained during hybrid confrontation, her enhanced integra pattern demonstrating impressive adaptation capability following Naruto's restructuring intervention. "The modifications you implemented have completely stabilized," she observed as they reviewed her supernatural structure through specialized monitoring equipment. "My dual heritage now functions as integrated system rather than separate components, maintaining uneasy coexistence. Natural compatibility enhanced rather than artificially overridden," Naruto explained, studying the harmonized energy patterns with professional satisfaction alongside personal interest. "Your unique structure always contained integration potential requiring appropriate catalyst rather than forced modification." This technical observation carried personal significance beyond supernatural mechanics, representing philosophical approach that distinguished their methodology from Kokabiel's despite superficial similarity in objective enhancement through natural potential recognition rather than external imposition. Respect for individual essence despite seeking improved function. Similar philosophical principles guided emerging relationship developments as formal threat response transitioned toward more normalized interaction patterns. What began as tactical alliance evolved through combat cooperation into personal connection, now reaching sustainable equilibrium that balanced professional responsibilities with emotional bonds. Not forced integration but natural development, respecting individual essence while establishing meaningful connection. "The Mao Council has formalized your territorial association," Rias informed him as they reviewed diplomatic communications in the estate's secure study. "Official designation as Lucifer interests representation with specific jurisdiction complementary to Grimoire administrative authority. Bureaucratic terminology masking simple reality," Naruto observed with amused acceptance. "Acknowledging my continued presence while maintaining your established position without creating needless hierarchy conflicts. Diplomatic efficiency at its finest," Rias agreed, her smile suggesting appreciation for the arrangement's practical benefits beyond political necessity. Providing official authorization for what personal preference had already established. This conversation exemplified their evolving relationship, professional responsibilities and personal connection, achieving balanced integration without artificial separation between different interaction aspects. Not compartmentalized existence but harmonized participation, maintaining individual identity while establishing meaningful bonds. As evening approached, bringing temporary conclusion to immediate recovery operations, Naruto found himself on the estate's eastern balcony alongside Rias and Akeno, the three watching sunset illuminate Kuo City below as conversation shifted from tactical assessment toward more philosophical reflection. Kokabiel sought evolution through technological acceleration, Naruto observed. Golden light from the setting sun highlighting contemplative features. Yet failed to recognize that meaningful advancement requires organic development and NSUAL participation rather than imposed transformation. A philosophical distinction with practical implications, Akeno noted perceptively. Your approach toward my dual heritage enhancement rated exactly that difference, supporting natural integration potential rather than imposing artificial structure. A principle applicable beyond supernatural mechanics, Rias added, her hand finding Naruto's in gesture that symbolized their established connection. Relationships evolve most effectively through mutual recognition and natural development rather than predetermined expectations. T.'s observation captured essential truth underlying their unusual three-way bond, not structured according to conventional relationship patterns but evolved through genuine compatibility discovered during shared experiences. Each bringing unique perspective and individual essence while establishing meaningful connection that enhanced rather than diminished personal identity. Perhaps that represents most significant contrast with Kokabiel's approach, Naruto reflected, appreciating both philosophical point and personal significance. Genuine evolution occurs through recognizing natural potential and supporting its development rather than imposing external vision regardless of compatibility. As darkness settled over Kuo territory, bringing symbolic closure to the significant confrontation had transformed both supernatural landscape and personal connections, Naruto recognized fundamental transition in his own existence. Centuries of careful independence yielding partially to meaning integration within both political structure and personal relationships, not abandoning established identity but enhancing it through genuine connection with others who recognized and appreciated his true essence. The transition represented neither victory nor compromise but evolution itself, natural development through meaningful experience rather than predetermined trajectory. Perhaps the most significant difference between his path and Kokabiel's vision, organic growth through consensual participation versus artificial acceleration through imposed transformation. As stars appeared above Kuo City, illuminating the territory they had successfully defended against existential threat, Naruto embraced this evolutionary transition with thoughtful acceptance. Not predetermined destiny but chosen development, establishing meaningful connections while maintaining essential identity, balancing independence with genuine relationship through natural compatibility rather than artificial integration. The Prince of Darkness finding personal illumination through connections that enhanced rather than diminished his fundamental nature, perhaps the most meaningful evolution of all. Chapter 3 End.